Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. It's so good to see you guys today. We're not going to waste a whole lot of time with the chit-chat early on this week, because I want to dive right into things. I know we're a little bit later today than we normally would be, but we're going to skip over that usual time and go right into the art. But we can keep yapping while I'm doing the art. Who have we got with us right now? We've got Hugh and Satani. Welcome, Metal. Ninji. And a few others who are lurking. How was your weekend? My weekend was pretty good. Pretty normal. Nothing super exciting, but nothing bad. Did a lot more VR chat than we usually have been doing lately. It's been super busy lately. But we finally had some time to sit down, relax, watch some movies, celebrate birthdays. That was the big thing. We had a lot of birthdays this weekend, including Rosie's. And Mew has not been as present on the channel as of late, but Mew's birthday was the day after Rosie's. So we did a lot of fun stuff for that. How about you guys? Anybody else get into anything fun? Any other birthdays going on over this weekend? I want to yap and art at the same time here today because I want to try and get as much done as possible.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! Hi, Kolar. Kolar is currently streaming with Kevin, or at least is on Kevin's stream. Are you also live, Kolar? Let me check. You don't appear to be. Your brother's birthday is next weekend. 36. Still such a baby to me, though. Aww. Well, I hope he has a fantastic birthday. Kolar's recovering after his vet visit because of Lil Bald. I see. Lil Bald's been pretty rough on poor Kolar lately. Hi, Taku. Toku. Is that it? I remember getting that wrong before. All right, well, as you guys know, we are still going to be working on our ornaments. These are all of the ones that are currently done as far as I'm aware. I have not added the last ones that we made last week onto the wreath, but you can see where our last updated wreath was left off. I did remove the bottom banner off the bottom since, you know, it's just harder to see with that bouncing up and down. I've picked out a handful today, though, and I've already gathered up my references, so we can dive right into it. And I'm going to be starting with D. Cruz. Oop, that's the wrong window. Hold on. Here we are. And I'm gone. There I am. So, no wasting time. Now, I know D. Cruz is a big fan of the Owl House, and their favorite character is Amity. So I looked through a couple different versions of Amity throughout the show. I'm also a big fan of the Owl House. And I feel like the most recognizable version of Amity is when she's got her green hair. So I'm going to just kind of make this ornament Amity. Before we do that, we need to get our name on here. I should also say I do have the names of everyone that I'm working on today already picked out. I'll be working on D. Cruz, Nexus Shield, Cactus. I'm sorry, it's Cactus Juice 7, Cherryvania, Catalyst Stage, and Sorrowful Roses. So all very familiar names, very familiar active people in the chat. I tried to pick out ones that I wouldn't have to go spend a lot of time looking for the references for. If you haven't watched The Owl House, I cannot recommend it enough. It's so good. With the exception of it's very obviously rushed because Disney doesn't like gay people. That's what your hair looks like right now? That's funny. Hey, friendly. I'm doing fantastic. How about you? I'm very excited about today's art. Have you gandered upon that doodle I shared a few days ago? I did. It's beautiful. I love the way the swooping in the wings follows the whole composition of the picture. Watching a Space Godzilla movie? I didn't know Godzilla went to space. I really need to learn my kaiju lore. It's the Owl House creator who does Knights of Guinevere as a big FU to Disney, right? Yeah. So that would be Dana Terrace. They are the partner of Alex Hirsch, who was the creator of Gravity Falls. And both him and her absolutely hate Disney. Uh-oh, looks like my outline has been a little bunked. Let me adjust that real quick. But yeah, Disney screwed over both of their shows in a lot of ways, so both of them have actively been fighting back against Disney this entire time. Space Godzilla is a spaceborne clone of sorts. Ah, that makes a lot more sense then, because I thought the whole thing with the kaijus was that they kind of like came out of, I guess, dimensional rifts somewhere underneath the ocean. Amity, my beloved. Also, Knights of Guinevere, my beloved. I really find it amusing that since Benjamin's a moth and he's staring down what can basically be described as a spotlight. Just very, very attracted to lamp. Is this the right line weight? Doesn't quite feel like it. Let's make it a little heavier. There we go. I am going to try to be speed running these a little bit today. That doesn't mean I'm going to be trying to sacrifice quality or anything. I just want to try and get as many done as I can because I am very behind on them at this point. Originally, I was going to do her hair, but I want it to still look like an ornament. Let's see if we can play with that. Amity is definitely a character that I struggle with because she's incredibly well written, but I do very much get kind of sick of the trope of, like, the upper class person who is innocent of the crimes of their parents, but still behaves like their parents because they don't know any better until they have been redeemed by the main character, I suppose. I don't know. It's not quite like that for Amity, but she kind of borders on it at times. I don't know. Again, she was very well written. I feel like if anyone could pull that sort of trope off, it's Dana Terrace and Alex Hirsch. And both of them did. What with Pacifica Northwest in Gravity Falls. Pacifica Northwest walked so Amity could run. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you for the lurk, friendly. Movie's not in English, so I've got to focus on the subtitles. Mood. Give us a synopsis when it's over. I would love to hear. Got a shiny Litwick after a 5-hour in-game hunt. Would have gotten it sooner, but I was unintentionally rolling for a shiny Clef Key as well, which I got 2 of. There were only 2 Clef Key spawn points, meaning that they both took up the shiny roll before I got the Litwick. Aww. Pacifica Northwest became poor so that Amity could be rich. Rich in friendship. No, I do feel like Amity was handled better, and I think that's just because they were trying to reach a somewhat more of a teen audience, as opposed to Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls was still more of like a in-between teen elementary kind of grouping. So they couldn't be quite as direct with it. But my only issue with it is it just doesn't happen in real life. It's an important lesson that we want to be real, but it just unfortunately never comes true. I cannot list a single instance in which a child of a higher tax bracket recognized their privilege and joined the opposing team knowing that it was going to be the downfall of their comfort in life. Exactly, Ninji. And one thing I did see on a lot of Amity stuff is her ponytail is usually posted on one side of her head, not on... Like, it's usually on this side of her head, no matter what direction she's facing. Pacifica's character development was delegated to a single episode in season 2, so it doesn't hit as hard as Amity. Yeah. Amity did get a lot more, thankfully. Hi, Kazoo! Front-facing Amity isn't real. Also, Amity's social status was never really threatened by her joining the opposing side. True! Very true. It's more so, I mean, she was very realistically navigated as a child who had to balance the priorities between, you know, caring about her friends and doing what her parents told her to do. Which was also very conflicted because one parent was a lot more strict than the other. Should we give her a mouth? We've been giving mouths to all of the furry ones, but I feel like on this one it might look a little funny. I think we'll just leave it. I think it speaks for itself. Damn, that girl's pale. All right. Not a problem. We'll figure it out. Go ahead and turn our
If
shiny
you
off.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate cue. I think the Owl House overall had a better message for a lot of the characters, especially ones that, to not like spoil things, ones who were not, they were set up for a very conventional story that they were able to make not conventional. So for like Luce's whole thing is she's very much set up as the main character with the mentality of, yeah, no, we can save everybody. Everyone's redeemable. But then we've reached a point where not everyone's redeemable, and she has to adjust her mentality. And it comes at a pretty big cost because, unfortunately, she's not the one to learn that lesson too late. But she is the one to learn that lesson and have the unfortunate situation of having to deal with someone else failing to learn that too late, which is a refreshing change of course. Usually it's the main character believes that love can save everyone, then love doesn't save everyone, and then the main character is the one who has to be like, oh, wow, oh, maybe friendship only works when it's with my friends. But she doesn't lose hope. She takes that lesson and she walks away with it, and then she goes, hey, yeah, everyone can be redeemed if they want to be. But if they don't, shrug, then they suffer the consequences. And that's a good one to have, because I'm hoping that Has Been Hotel will maintain the same message. And so far it has. This is going to be a little tricky with the ears. You know what? No, we're going to put that on. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, we are. We're going to erase these edges. I think we're going to have to kill this guy, Stephen. Yeah, pretty much. Hi, Sparky. I have so many essays on the Owl House. Maybe that's something I should put on for a deep dive. I've been running out of things to listen to. I've been tumbling down the iceberg deep dive YouTube category lately. And I'm running out of icebergs. I've already listened to the Smiling Friends icebergs with all of the hidden lore. The big one I've been watching a lot of lately has been cut content from video games and hidden Easter eggs. I'm a big fan of, like, not quite horror content. I wouldn't call it horror, but just like weird shit. And that happens a lot in video games, is you get a lot of weird stuff that's been like left behind or hidden. There's lore to Smiling Friends. Oh, hell yeah! There's so much lore. I want to do a TMNT iceberg because I do not like the ones that are out there, but I feel like my perception is skewed. That's why you need to make an iceberg. It's the skewed perspectives that I want to hear. And besides, if people want to argue it, good. That's engagement. You don't have to read that shit. That's for them. That's for them and for the people on, like, YouTube CEOs that give a shit about those things, even though they don't mean anything because most of it's bots. Also, it takes effort. That's valid. All right, Amity. How are we going to shade your skin tone? Because you are a very pale woman. Oh my god, it's worse when she's next to Luce. Amity's built like me for real. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Why did our alerts not go off? Thank you for the subscribes, Snake. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why the alerts are broken here. That should have gone off for you. It might still be turned off because of the holidays. Let me go in and make sure that that's not the case. Hmm.
Did you remember to save
What?
all of your files?
Maybe I just need to refresh it. Thank you, baby.
We got it.
This is art. You will
Okay,
hear a
Nick.
buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
We just got boomer edged. We got it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, it looks like there's just going to be a little bit of scuff today, as per usual. Let me emulate a subscribe real quick to make sure that's working now, though.
Tony just subscribed for 1 month.
There we go. Thanks, Tony, aka Snake. I feel like you could pull off the name Tony. I don't think I've heard of anybody having the name Tony in a while. Is that an aged out name now? I've been trying to keep track of like what names I'm noticing are kind of aging out of the normal categories. What was one that... like Mark? I haven't heard of a Mark or a Marcus in a very long time. A lot of biblical names I feel are kind of disappearing. Tony's a very middle-aged Italian name. Very much so. Uppies? Yes, you can have uppies. Meow. When's the last time you've seen a kid called Steve? Exactly! Steve's like an old man name now. All right, Amity, you pose as a bit of a problem here. I think I'm going to erase our shading up to this part of the ear. And then we'll just bounce it further out again, I guess. He's actually a little bit shaded in reverse here. Oh well. Hello, the Mythos. Good to see you. $18 is crazy. I don't really think about how long I've been streaming until you guys do a redeem like that, or it announces like how long you've been subscribed, and then I realize, holy shit, I've been at it for this long. Which, like, again, not a bad thing, just blows my mind that it's been this long this fast. It doesn't feel like it. It still feels like I'm on my first year. Oop. That's a little too intense. There is something going on with that. Oh, it's the shine. Okay, I'm going to take the shine off entirely. We do not need a highlight on this pale of a skin tone. Yeah, nah. All right. Good enough for that. I'll go ahead and use that same pink on her earrings. Throw the shadows on her hair. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is that they have announced the release of the next chapter, or the release date of the next chapter for Poppy Playtime. And I am both psyched and terrified. Because it looks like we are actually going to get a reveal of the prototype soon, and I don't know what to think of that. Part of me feels like I should try and doodle up my own version, just so I can see how it compares, but then I know I'd psych myself out if I did. Wait. Anybody have any running theories over the next chapter yet? Turns out it's just a guy. But which guy? You're not thinking deep enough, Sparky. Is it perhaps Elliot Ludwig? Or maybe Elliot Ludwig has just been a red herring this whole time. I mean, we still don't know who the body of the dead child was that was found inside of his house after he died. It was specifically listed as a male child, so we know it wasn't Poppy. You're right, I'm not thinking deep enough. I've got to go a couple kilometers deeper in this underground toy factory. I'll bury 1,000 children before I let this company die. All right, what's a good color to shade green with? Probably blue. I usually stick with a blue-purple color for most shading. Maybe a little deeper. And then we'll change it to a bit more of a pinkish color for the brown parts of her hair. Actually, no, you can't really see that anymore, can you? That'll be good. And I forgot one part. I want to give her a little bit of a shadow on her forehead here to help bring out that definition.
This is
Wah,
art.
hi.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo. Already getting a little too overly focused on things.
We got a boomer!
I like how that frame kind of creates almost a shadow of a heart on her face. prototype will look like Darth Maul, I've shown a full design of the prototype in Show and Tell. Let's go see. What the fuck? When the hell did Darth Maul come back with a spider body? Did they really make this canon? They justified him being chopped in half? And they were like, yeah, no, he's fine. He didn't need the entire lower part of his organs anymore anyway. He's fine with just lungs? That really is what the prototype's gonna look like.
If you become lightheaded from thirst,
Oy.
feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kazoo. And the posture check. Something living on pure hatred for Kenobi. Who needs a penis? You don't need a penis when all you really need is revenge on someone who you already killed. Let's put a highlight up here. You laugh, but I'm pretty sure the pure hatred thing is the actual reason. It can't be. It can't. No. No one understands what I would do for Doey. Doey breaks my heart. I would go back and change time for Doey. If there were a way to rewrite Poppy history and save poor Doey and no one else, I'd do it. All right, when I said we're speedrunning, I meant it. We are speedrunning. We're going to go ahead and start coloring the line work. Oop, not like that. Is that too light? It might be a little too light. Let's see. How do I feel about that? Honestly, pretty happy with it. If anything, the shine might be a bit intense, but for a human, I don't think that's too bad. I immediately recognize it as Amity, so I'm going to say that is good. No overthinking. We save it, close, reopen it. And then we're going to take it over to all of our other ornaments. And drag and drop it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What happened to these guys? They were already organized before. Let me reopen that. That was weird. There we go. We got Decrews on our list now. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to see Sparky, but you also have your ornament now. Which design of Amity do you prefer? I feel like I really love the green hair, but I know the symbolism behind it. Yeah, sorry I didn't ping you with it. I haven't really had a chance to post these yet because all of my time over the weekend was spent on birthdays. I thought I posted them in the Discord already. Maybe I forgot. Let me check. No, they're over there. So anytime that you're ready to download it, it's over there already, Sparky. I went extra Lisa Frank on yours. No one understands what I would do for Hunter. I love Hunter so much. Like her first hairstyle, but her lighter purple hair from season 3. Yeah, so like if we could get this hairstyle with that coloration, that would be perfect. Extra what? Extra Lisa Frank. Particularly just because orange looks so good when it's shaded with pink and purple. Also, you're surprisingly not the only moth. We have Benjamin over here for friendly. And then we also have, I believe, a spider for Lawrence. I'm pleasantly surprised with the amount of bugs we've ended up with. Lisa Frank was the lady that made those colorful school books with the dolphins and shit. Yeah. If you Google Lisa Frank, it is an entire copywritten art style. And yes, they go hard on the copyright. If you ever see furries advertising doing badges in the Lisa Frank style, they won't be doing it for long. Because the Lisa Frank copyright will definitely be under attack at all given times. They go after it as hard as Hello Kitty does. Definitely the coolest moth. Don't question it. You're the coolest moth in my book, Sparky. All right, Amity is done. So who's next? Let's do Cherry next. So this is the most recent picture I have of Cherry's avatar. This is actually from where he's been creating face tracking for it, for VRChat. So Cherry is another one that I think we'll be able to kind of blast through quickly. Probably going to sound ignorant when I say this, but who? Cherryvania! So Cherry is actually a friend of mine that I met through VR chat, through all of the 3D modeling and whatnot. I did not know anything about 3D modeling before I met Cherry. And he has been a huge support for encouraging me to learn things along the way. He stops in from time to time here. He's actually just recently started streaming again himself. So I will give him a little shout out. Oh, you meant the art style thing, Lisa Frank. But I'm also going to do this shout out for Cherry. Because he is streaming again, I want to help him grow his channel and whatnot. And Cherry also does 3D modeling works. And Unity work. I'm not sure which he prefers to stream. Sadly, I have missed both of the streams I've seen him go live for. I saw the notification, and then by the time that I got to actually sit down and, like, try to watch, it was done. But he's a good burr. Incredibly encouraging. And probably one of the most soft-spoken people you'd ever meet, if you ever even got a chance to hear their voice. All right. I'll move the words up a little. So I'm thinking maybe we can try and get that whole snoot in there. I'm gonna be real, I don't get what's so special about that art style, that it'd be copywritten the way that you made it sound like it is. So if you want to know the history of Lisa Frank, it's actually an incredibly interesting history. Hold on. There is a documentary about her and about what happened with the company. It was a lot of bullshit between her and her husband. Trying to figure out where I had seen this before. I want to say I watched it on Netflix. Looks like there is a 4-part docu-series on Amazon Prime called Glitter and Greed, the Lisa Frank story. That might be the one that I'm thinking of. I don't remember watching it on Prime, but it probably was something that I saw on YouTube that was later brought to Prime. I don't remember where it was that I originally had watched it. I thought for sure it was a Netflix thing. To me, it just looks like that art style you see in them coloring books. It was revolutionary for its time. I will say that. Because she came out when I was a kid, and I remember as soon as she started to get any kind of traction, she suddenly was everywhere. She was the new Barbie. It took the world by storm. It's amazing how just replacing the red in the rainbow with pink could reinvent the rainbow. Her company had horrible working conditions, and her husband was even worse when he took charge. Yeah, it's a wild ride. I definitely recommend it. That's one of those things that you can put on to listen to in the background, and then just the more crazy shit starts to happen, the more you're just sort of floored, like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? What was this company again? Backpacks and school supplies? And all this was happening? Oop, ads are about to play in 1 minute. Maybe that's something that we'll put on here sometime. I know there's a way to go about doing it. I see people doing it all the time. But I've never really thought to try it myself. We'll see how well that translates as goggles. There's kind of an ugly tangent in there, making it confusing. Currently playing Miitopia on the Nintendo Switch 2. That's the one where people like to make their Miis do, like... It's like a Tamagotchi, but it replaces the Tamagotchi with your Miis, right? Hey, Locke! How you feeling today? I know you were having a bit of a hard time last night. That's Tomodachi life. Oh, what's Metopia then? Today was worse, in all honesty, but I'm feeling better now. Good, I'm glad you're feeling better now. I'm sorry it's been so rough lately. Metopia is like an RPG. Oh, wait, is that the one where they swap faces? Like their faces get stolen and stuff? And they go on this big quest to fight the face snatchers? Cars on the highway were a trigger when I was waiting to go to my new interview. I believe it. Motor noise and engine noise tends to become one of the biggest triggers for people and their anxiety when any kind of issues like that start to flare up. Not always, again, it's different for everybody. But I know for me, that became one of the biggest struggles. That and any kind of like, just any kind of heavy machinery noises. Construction, cars, anything like that. All right, Cherry, everything had to be the same color orange with you, didn't it? Get overwhelmed to the point the quiet mother in my ceiling fan makes it unbearable. Oh, motor. It definitely sounds like misophonia. But I'm wondering if it could possibly be hyperacusis. Do you have any earplugs, Locke? They tend not to help at all, but it's one of the only possible options that is recommended. As someone who does have hyperacusis and whatnot, I know that for me, they don't do a whole hell of a lot of good, but it is still an option to try and cut down on the grating noise if there is no other option but to be exposed to it. I don't know anything about it. All I know is I've experienced it like twice before in my life. Yeah, I mean, there's a real chance that you have probably suffered with it your whole life, but the medications that you were on before were helping to some extent with dealing with it. I don't want to like psychoanalyze and do a bunch of all that live on stream or anything, but just from what I know of my own diagnosis in dealing with hyperacusis, which is very similar to how you've described, like my own heartbeat would bother me as a child because it was so loud. The fans, any tiny squeaky motors, literally the fan in my computer bothers me. Cover my head with blankets when sleeping to try and muffle. There's a couple different options that you can try with the earplugs. I find that regular spongy earplugs don't do a whole hell of a lot. They tend to irritate my ears more than they do any noise suppression. Noise-canceling headphones can help. But even just listening to music similar to what I've got on right now, any kind of synthwave or lo-fi, if you can have headphones on or any kind of noise-canceling headphones on with this playing, the bass will help cover up those sounds that are causing such irritation and are starting to cause like the heart palpitations. It's not a perfect solution, but it's possible options to help alleviate for the time being. I can also recommend the noise-canceling headphones that I use. A friend was kind enough to gift them to me a long time ago, and they're some of the only things that can truly help block out the noise. Getting silence is not going to happen, unfortunately. Expecting it or trying to find it is only going to lead to more frustration. But trying to find a way to cover it up can potentially help in some ways if you can find the right sounds that help soothe your nerves. Been listening to certain soundscapes that Lux gave me. Certain ones help. Yeah, good! I was going to say, Lux usually has some good stuff playing in the background and whatnot from the few times that I have been around to hear it. Cherry, looks like we're going to have to change the shading on your snoot. I figured that out with the silence hell when I'm like that. My mom's snoring sounds like it's right beside me. Oh yeah! Snoring becomes one of the bad ones too. I have no idea how you manage this with this if I'm experiencing something similar to what you have to do with the lawnmowers. Yeah. It's a very wide perspective once you're aware of it, unfortunately. Once you notice it, you start to notice it everywhere, and it kind of sucks. Because there's just no off switch. I always would say I wouldn't wish this upon my worst enemies, because it is truly unbearable. So my heart does go out to you that you're dealing with it. It's frustrating because of my hyperactive and want extroverted, and my body says, enough of that. Yeah, it really feels like being trapped sometimes. Because even the stuff that you want to do, the stuff that you enjoy, becomes difficult because of this constant overstimulation. It's very conflicting. Who's going to be the tree? The tree? Have you switched back into chaotic lock mode? Am I about to start misunderstanding everything about to leave your mouth? I'm almost always chaotic. It's just now I have reached my level cap, I guess. But no, the Christmas tree. If anyone would be the tree, it would probably be Mime. Because Mime is the one who has cursed me to have to draw so many. But I am very grateful for it. Whoa, why does that turn green? That's straight up green. That's weird. I don't know why it's causing that weird reflective thing to happen, but... wild. Yeah, so I usually when I do a highlight that's an intense reflective light, I'll set the layer setting to shine in Psi. But in this instance, for some reason, it's causing the orange of these snow goggles to turn green, which I have literally never once experienced in all my years of using Psi. Been trying to do some 2D art myself with like line work and stuff. Ooh. Now, you know you can't say that, Locke, without showing me once you're done. I want to see.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save, Locke. Got my Discord profile picture. I changed it again after almost a year. I was wondering what that was because I saw somebody in the voice chat earlier that I didn't recognize. Basically drew a headshot of the cat Abby I wear in VR, but Toonie. Aw! I'd love to see the bigger version of it. What's going on here? Why is this not working? Ah, that's why, because I'm on the wrong layer. Alrighty. Cherries is going nice and fast. You gave me head? Oh! Look, that's so cute! I don't think I've ever really seen you draw a furry. I love that! Keep in mind, this is like the first time drawing with intention I had done in a while. I don't care. I can already see little fragments of your own unique style starting to bud from this, and I love it. I'm here for it. I want to see more of this. Ayo. I'm second guessing the shadow on the chin here. Part of me feels like I'm not doing intense enough lines, and then the other part of me says, don't worry about it. You're overthinking it. This is good, right? Bleh. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to lose it at a distance, but he's kind of all one color. I think he's got a stripe on the forehead underneath, though. Weirdly enough, that kind of brings the dimension back. All right. I'll take it. I'm going to say that's done. So that's cherries. Move him on over to our finished ones. And pop him down in the corner. We're making good time, I think. He's not as bright as the others. Maybe I could have gone better on the shading. I was trying to not really think about it as much, but maybe I should have. But it's too late now. We're moving on. All right, so next, after cherry, we have... Let's do Nexus. So Nexus, I had a hard time finding their reference, but they did have... I'm going to change this real quick. They had the icon and this picture here of their dragon character. And I really liked how their horns looked. So we're going to go with that. And we're making good time today. Partly because I'm not yapping quite as much. Not that that's a bad thing. I enjoy yapping with you guys. Did I mark rugby crews off the list already? I guess I did. All right, let me get Nexus's full name. All right. This one's going to be a little trickier, I think, just because I want to try and keep all of the detail of the frame of their face. They do have some very unique markings that go throughout their face, but we're not going to really do that part. Just because, again, speedrunning, trying to do as much as we can to represent the character by doing as little as we can. Looks like we've got 3 sets of horns plus the ears. Going to be a lot to fit on the outside of the ornament. But we'll do our best. Kind of want to try and fit the framing of those bangs too, but we'll see how far we can get. We got some fluff in those ears. All right, next set of horns. And it looks like the final set of horns goes down. Might not be able to keep that hair after all. Gotta think about this one. Todd.
Lily Toto just subscribed for 18 months. Frag
Yeah.
I did it.
Oh shit! You fixed your controller? It only took like 3 hours, but yes, it looks to be fixed. Now you can do the other one. That's awesome, though. I'm so happy for you. To those who didn't know, Tot was in the process of trying to replace the controller joysticks on their Quest, which is a very tricky thing to do, but frequently necessary because of how bad the stick drift can get. Other one hasn't been drifting, so I'm not worried about it for now. Good. That is awesome, Todd. I'm so happy for you. I'm proud of you. Hello, Lena Bet. Nice to have you stop by. I hope that you're having a good new year so far. Oh, and goodbye, Mythos. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I hope that you have a beautiful rest of your evening. All right, I tried not to get too overly detailed with this one, but it is a dragon. I think that may have had something to do with it. Oh wait, I probably wore it out because I liked to spin circles aggressively. So my thing is I like to push the button. Like the button that's in the joystick. I really like to click that. It's a good feel. But I think because of that, I also might have done it too much. Oh, we need to change the canvas background for this one. Funny enough, pushing that in while it was drifting helped to combat it a little bit. I will be more gentle with it now, though. I think, unfortunately, no matter how gentle you are with it, it's probably always going to inevitably develop some kind of drift, but it can be combated. This much we know. Regardless, that was very awesome for you to be able to replace it like that. I'm proud of you. Shading on this one is going to be a bit of a bitch. Because again, we are completely grayscale. And I have been very open about my feelings towards grayscale. We're going to go with the blue-purple again. A little more blue this time than purple, I think. Nope. There we go. Even then. Hardest parts were removing the faceplate that was glued in place, removing specifically the two screws holding the outer ring on, and reattaching the ribbon cable for the grip to the motherboard. I believe it. Those ribbon cables make me very nervous. I just feel like my giant-ass human hands are going to rip everything that I touch to pieces. All right, I'm just going to go in directly with this same color and start shading the other parts. We'll do gradients as we go with those. Because unfortunately with this guy, a lot of them are just not going to show up super well. Actually, not even that much space when it's snapped into place, maybe like 0.5 centimeters. Oh wait, I missed the part you said above that. You have to put the grip back on, and then you only have like 1 centimeter gap to put the tweezers between to try and get it back into the slot. No, thank you. Where? I feel like I'm playing Surgeon Simulator when I have to do stuff like that for electronics. That's how it felt, man, but I did it, and hopefully it holds up long enough until I get a replacement for my Quest 2, and if I really have to, the kit came with 2 replacement joysticks. I have another one if I need it. Good. Hopefully you won't need it, but it's good to have and not need than to need and not have. Looking good, making good progress. Gonna do some weird shit. Mood. I was so careful when I was replacing the joysticks on my OG Switch Lite, which makes it a shame that when I went and got someone to fix the screen, they made the joysticks stop working. How'd they fuck that up? The screen shouldn't have had anything to do at all with the joysticks. That's the only thing that I've done any kind of replacement editing on myself was the Switch. The Joy-Con drift was literally unbearable. Like, my mom couldn't use the controller at all. It was so bad. It wasn't too hard to replace them. I just don't like doing things like that. It stresses me out. All right, I think all we have left here are the blue tips on the hair. It's not too muddied, is it? I was thinking about doing the coloring some of the line art, but I don't know. Let's try a little bit of it, see how we feel. They put glue in the system? The fuck? They shouldn't have been anywhere near it with glue. Ugh. I'm not in love with this one, but it is what it is. If I fuss over it, I will fuss over it all day. So I have to tell myself, nope, we gonna walk away. I like it as it is. It's darker than all the others, but so is their character. And because they put glue in the system, you can't even open the system back up, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't try to repair it myself. Bogus! That's straight up doo-doo. But you know what's not straight up doo-doo? The fact that we're done with another ornament!
This is art.
Wah!
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo! And let's pop Nexus down there with all of the others. Alright, that's 3 so far. We've only been live for 2 hours. Actually, Kazoo, while I've got you here, you are not on the list of people I specifically pulled out to have references of beforehand, but you are also one that I need to make an ornament for, and I've probably asked this before, but I've had trouble keeping up with everyone. Is there anything that you would like to be used for the theme of yours? That's right, you did! Let me find that, because I will forget that. Again. Oh gosh, my DMs have been so flooded since then. There you are. All right, let me grab that image and include that here. I'll throw that one in after I've gone through the other ones here. Wah! Kohi! Thank you for the sub. Our alerts have not been going off on time.
K0IA_ just subscribed for 2 months.
Thank you very much. Also, ads are going to play in about a minute here. So as a reminder, they play once every hour for 3 minutes so that we can have the rest of the hour uninterrupted. Literally, if it wasn't to try and make sure my older sister kept her friendship, I would have called the person who fixed it out. Oh, who fixed it out. The person who fixed it was the father of my older sister's friend whose work is fixing electronics. Oh, yeah. No, that one's gonna cause a rift. I don't blame you for not speaking out on it. Fraggy, my they, do you mind if I send you a meme I drew at 10 p.m. yesterday while off my medications? I would be insulted if you didn't. All right, next character on our list here is Bobbin, who belongs to Cat. This is a character that I've been meaning to sit down and do some doodles of at some point because I freaking love her design. She's so cute. She's a Kirby fan character. Meme is on your way. Hot memes in your area. Now, real quick, I do want to take a look and make sure that I'm going to get this right. So she is a yarn-themed spider Kirby character. So it looks like we've got 2 pins in each of the hair pom-poms. Kind of a bit of a Twilight Sparkle bang going on here. I don't know if these are more pins in the hair on the bangs, or if they might be eyeballs. It looks like there is a shine on them, though, so I'm going to assume that they're eyes. Oh my god, her glasses are made out of yarn too? That's so cute. God, Cat makes such good characters. Whoa. Skittles, this is beautiful. Oh, right, we gotta get her name first. Cat, let me get your name. Oh yeah, Cat has a longer name. Uh-oh. How am I gonna break this one up? I feel like the only appropriate place to break it is there. That's okay. It still works. Of all the possible ads, I got the one for a shirt printer, and there were furries on the shirts. Also, thank you very much. It ate an hour and a half of my life. I wasn't going to use it wisely anyways. That is a good outlook. I like that. Jokes aside, though, I don't feel like that was a waste of your time at all. You have a very unique art style that I really love. In fact, I would love to show your art to Spooka sometime because hers is also very similar. It'd be cool to see if you guys are ever interested in collabing on a piece. Although I don't know how realistic that would be because Spooka does a lot of mixed media. All right away we can go ahead and make this purple. This nice periwinkle purple. I definitely want to capture the look of these bangs. Oop. Thank you very much. I can't wait to see theirs. What if I told you that I kind of do too? Then maybe it would go even better than I expected. I'm not very good with mixed media myself. Just like any kind of art that I do, I tend to overthink it. And I feel like when it comes to mixed media, the more you can let go of that control and just let the art go where it is that it's trying to go, the more natural it looks. And I always feel like anything that I do that's mixed media tends to look really forced. I am going to put a temporary layer. I'm actually going to change our background again on this one. But I'm going to put a temporary layer for a placeholder for these space buns. That's way too big. How does one draw yarn balls? I guess that kind of gets the point across. Overthinking is actually how I got good at mixed media. I learned to compare things in one medium to another and then applied them to the mixed part, for example, realistic shadowing on a cartoon character. Huh. I guess I never really thought about it that way. I got a Hans. Hans. I hecked up with these bangs. I need to make them bigger, I think, because having them end before the head does, I think, is part of my issue. What shall the haunts be called? Sosig. It's actually one of Bronx's favorite words when she was a puppy. I don't know how we ended up saying it to her so often, but it's just something that we had said to her as a joke one day, and then she responded so comically that we ended up saying it quite often. Yeah, Sosig. It's from a very specific Gordon Ramsay meme. There you go. Sosig. It's just a Sosig. I think it's probably just because one of those things that when they're puppies and they get excited over everything, you see them start to get excited over you saying something funny. And so you just continue to do that thing to get them to continue being crazy and silly and goofy. I was actually recollecting just the other day with Kevin, because Bronx was getting all excited while I was in a voice chat. And I made an offhanded remark to Bronx that I don't really think about, but is comical out of context, and I have forgotten how out of context it is for new friends. So when Bronx starts to get a little too excited over things, one of the things that we say to tell her to calm down is, it's not your birthday. So, and she learned that when she was a puppy, because the only time that, it just being me, grandma, and mom, the only time that she ever really saw gifts with wrapping paper is on her or one of our birthdays. But, we don't have any kids or anything around, so that's the only time that wrapping paper would come into play. And because grandma was much, much older and in a state of dementia where she didn't really understand most things anymore, we eventually stopped wrapping gifts and stopped giving gifts entirely, unless it was just me and mom between our own personal birthdays. With the exception of Bronx, because she's puppy and all that. So we would like to wrap her gifts and let her unwrap them on Christmas, on her birthday, whenever we had an occasion with which to do it. It was just how me and mom would celebrate. Give ourselves a little bit of joy in a very mundane existence. But she learned very early on that, okay, so if it's in wrapping paper, that means it's for me to unwrap. It's my birthday. Anything that is in wrapping paper is specifically for me. So now, whenever we have any kind of chaos going on where there's gift giving or anything like that, we have to gently tell her, no, Bronx, it's not your birthday. Or if she gets a little bit too excited over something that she thinks is specifically for her, we have to very kindly tell her, no, Bronx, settle down. It's not your birthday. Because it's just what she learned. I've rescued 69 faces now. Nice. All right. His hair looks pretty good. I was worried about it, but I like how it's going. We love Bronx. What a sweetheart. She is. She's as precious as can be. Also, hello, cat. Yeah. I've been looking for a good reason to draw Bobbin. I finally have one. I adore this design. And I know I've probably said it a million times already, but I can never say it enough. I'm gonna cry. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for supporting me. That's the whole reason I'm doing these. Let's see if we can squish your name in just a little better so it's not so tightly framed. We can also probably squeeze Bobbin's mouth in. My God, she's so fucking cute. Kat, have you ever drawn her with the spider from Undertale? Miss Muffet or whatever her name is. I feel like they'd be besties. No, but I should. Muffet was my awakening for loving spider characters. She's such a cute design, too. All right. And I think we managed to contain all of it to the hair for the most part. That's going to make coloring this one a breeze. Muppet's delightful. I really want to go back and replay Undertale once we finish Deltarune. Actually, I think I'd rather have Rosie play the entirety of it because I've already played through Undertale a couple times myself back when it had first come out. And I know she has never played it. But it was such a fun experience. I know she'd have a blast with it too. Is it just those that are... Okay. Yeah. Which route would Rosie aim towards? I know Rosie. She'd be like, I kind of want to be bad. Like, I kind of want to maybe not do pacifist. Let's be evil. And then she'd kill one character and then be like, I can't do it. It's too bad. I don't like being evil anymore. I don't like being bad. I hate being mean. She craves being the evil queen inside that she dreams of, but she cannot. And I love her for that. She is so pure. Genocide! That was Tot's first route. Tot is like the anti-Rosie when it comes to video games. One must be a little whimsical and kind, but also evil.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save, Awesome Chips. We're not quite ready, but we will be soon. First is like Toriel or the dummy. I think it's a frog, actually. I think you have one, like, NPC frog encounter before they ever introduce you to the combat stuff, and that is meant to be the control because your natural instinct as a player is to experiment, and most players end up killing the frog before realizing that there is an option to mercy it. And it's just sort of meant to be this is the frog that ruins the pacifist route and sets you on the course for the quote-unquote normal route. But, like, that's the one thing that messes up so many people's first run because they didn't realize that they weren't supposed to kill that first frog. Is the Ultra Beast the medium? Ultra Beast. That's a Pokemon, isn't it? It's going good, awesome chips. We're actually making way better progress today than I was expecting. And I can't let myself stop and ruin that. I will continue to yap and not actually get things done. Ultra Beasts are a group of Pokemon from Sun and Moon. Yeah! I know because Spooka yelled at me because I forgot that her species is a super beast, not an ultra beast, and I kept calling it an ultra beast because I kept forgetting and accidentally calling it the Pokemon one instead. Yeah, they I feel like Spooka would probably be able to pull off the genocide route if Rosie weren't able to control anything. But Rosie is the girlfriend. And sometimes I feel like that's the only thing stopping Spooka from murdering everything in every game at all points in time. In the Kirby world, we have demon beasts. I could get very silly and start calling the strong ones ultra beasts. I love how much Kirby has just, like, the most horrifying shit of all time. But it's all so cute and cuddly, you just don't even think about it. Hmm. Love how I've got a desk I could draw on, but still choose to draw on my bed. The bed's comfy. Kirby really does. We have fluff and Eldritch horrors. I was thinking back at some of my Kirby games the other day, because I had a bit of an itch to start another doll project, even though all of my dolls have been packed up for a while. I keep seeing your art pop up, Kat, and it keeps inspiring me and dragging me back in, and I just can't let myself succumb. But I was thinking, if I did make a custom, especially of a Monster High, I think if I started a new one, what I'd like to try and do is join you and the Kirby Brigade. I think I'd want to make Marks. Because he was my favorite for a really long time. And he's just such a little turd. Splatoon gives me this vibe with lore too. I've never played Splatoon, but I believe you on that. I've seen a little bit of that in those icebergs I was talking about earlier. The, like, Easter eggs hidden in games and stuff. There is some dark stuff to Splatoon that I was unaware of. Hey, check-in man. Good to see you. Thanks for checking in. I should really draw myself a Kirby OC. You should. There's a lot of really cool ways you can go about it. Like, Kirby has such I feel like it's an underrated race of creatures and stuff to pick from. I really love all of the different, like, power characters. I don't know what their names are, like, what their species can be considered. The not Kirbys. But, like, the creatures that Kirby gets his powers from. I would love to see your take on Marks. Marks is awesome. It's the wings, man. It's the weird eyes on the wings. That's my favorite part about him. I have such an attraction to characters that have beautiful features mixed in with, like, some of the most god-awful ugly features. It's why I like Sun and Moon so much. But he's got these great big ornate, beautiful wings with gemstones and crazy stuff like that. And then he's got these big old bug-eyed, cock-eyed eyeballs sticking out of his head. He's amazing. Splatoon is very colorful and dark at the same time. We love it. Yeah! By the way, want to see my main OC in the flesh? Sure! I love seeing the things that you guys have come up with. There's the Waddle Dees. Yeah, you could make a Waddle Dee OC if you want. That feels wildly fitting of you specifically, Sparky. Kirby has infinite possibilities when it comes to OCs. The thing with Splatoon, we need to read the text we find in the story mode to know how dark it is. Otherwise, it's just look and all bubbly and colorful. I think that's a lot of how Kirby goes, too. Unless you're really looking for it, you just kind of assume it's all colorful creatures and stuff. There's a lot of videos on YouTube who unpack the crazy apocalyptic lore. I'll do that.
If you
That'll
become
be my next
lightheaded
one.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. And the posture check. And a big stretch.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Going for the full-on love bomb. Thank you, Q. Fun fact, when I was designing Bobbin, I wasn't looking at the existing Kirby series enemies. Those were all my own shapes. Then I realized that she was shaped like Taranza and got attached to making her a spider. That's really cool. I never would have noticed that. She really is just a perfect Kirby form, like this kind of design. Despite being one of the less common ones. I think that's why she fits in so well. Marx's wings are so pretty, and I've been contemplating how they'd be built in doll form. I feel like fairy film would be useful. Yeah! Man, fairy film is a crazy concept. I've seen some crazy stuff that people have done with it, and it intimidates me, but it also fascinates me. She used to be more bald. Taranza is from Kirby Triple Deluxe. He's the right-hand spider mage to the final boss, Squeen. That's a word. Queen Sectonia. Squeen.
Piranha_plants just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Piranha_plants. Rune_Anura just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Rune_Anura.
She's gonna keep going for a bit here.
Flake just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Flake.
She had a hard time with that name. Mime, thank you so much!
Nyanlahotep just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Nyanlahotep.
Now, you know these aren't gonna get ornaments this time.
Ossig Wolf just
I just want to make that
subscribed for
clear.
1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Ossig Wolf.
Is she done? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mime. That was another 5 gifted subs from so far who is holding the record of most generous. Morbid Mime. And to those of you receiving gifted subs, you have homework. So every one of you who got a gifted sub, it is your job now to take that happiness and pay it forward to somebody else. So you don't have to do anything that costs money. You just have to do something to make somebody else in your life. It can be a stranger, can be a close loved one, it does not matter. But you have to do something to put a smile on someone's face. It can be as simple as telling somebody that they have a cool shirt. You'd be amazed how many times that makes my day. Happy New Year, Frag, and you're welcome, Cat. Happy New Year to you too, Mime. I really need to go through and update our subscribe alerts. I don't know why that wall appears every time. It reads it off like 3 times. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
This is
Bleh.
art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo. That was an authentic way. Kirby OC I want to make is like a mummified OC who raises Bronto birds? What's a Bronto bird? Oh, those guys! I didn't know they were called that. That's a very cool idea, actually. Anyways, I was able to send my main OC to the art section of the Discord. Let's go see. Ooh! Oh, it's me. I'm most people. I don't know how to pronounce that either. Hasagopteryx? I love that you went for the downward pteranodon kind of wings, because I feel like I never see that. I always see, if they do have them, they have them mounted up like a dragon. That's cool as hell. Oh shit, I didn't even realize there was a hype train. Well, thank you again for that, Mine. First try! Hell yeah! It's the Gopteryx. If I hadn't already known how that one was pronounced because of Archaeopteryx, I would not have been able to get it. I was thinking of a Mumby that wasn't orb-shaped. I like the direction you're going with this queue. I love Brontoberts. They're so good. The ones on Planet Robobot with the cyborg features are my favorite. We love some Mumby love. I wish you luck. I'm working on a Mumby in the shape of a ninja right now. He's very desert themed. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, you guys are going to get me hyper-focused on Kirby at this rate. I don't have the ability to finish so many projects. You know, we're not going to worry about a shadow on the bangs. We're just going to put a highlight on there somewhere at some point, and I'm sure it'll look fine. But let's pick a color for this shading. What do I usually use on purple? If it weren't dark purple, I could use a lighter blue. Maybe let's get experimental. Now's a bad time to get experimental when I have a time limit, but let's see though. Brighter. Might be a bit too bright for the face. Let's go with a little warmer, a little darker. Yes. Good. I like it. Do have a cool tidbit of OC lore I could quickly share if you would like. Absolutely. Gotta get hyper-focused back on cosplay. Get started on Artist Kirby for my convention. Good luck, Kat! I hope you have a great time! Fun fact I've already got in the works in that their favorite one is actually a cyborg Brontobert. Aww! My idea for the OC itself is like a Mumby, but with a bit of Susie and Magalore mixed in. That's right, I learned about him last time. Maybe a little Terenza. This sounds really cool. You guys definitely make me wish back when I had a brain that could easily cook up ideas for OCs. Nowadays, I get so, I don't know, I freak myself out. I get caught up on the details too much. I also psych myself out sometimes, but hey, one way or another, we will work it out. Absolutely. The dragons actually did descend from small pterosaurs that just barely survived the KT mass extinction. Over time, some of them re-evolved into niches once occupied by previous pterosaurs. Well, I can never get it right. Is it Quetzalcoatlus? Q's gonna fucking light me on fire for this. But they had lost their beaks, so they could burrow into the ground. Oh, that's a cool idea. Larger species compensated with a very long red-orange flexible tongue as a way to compensate the lost beak. That's an awesome idea, Skittle. See, I love anything that will take a concept and run with it like that. Like, what if dinosaurs did survive and evolve to something weird? For not being able to pronounce the name of the dinosaur that you are. All right, let's do a quick highlight. Don't think we're going to need a whole lot. You realize the only reason I picked the dino I did was because the name looked closest to my name. Yeah, but I still can't pronounce it. Also, my avatar died. Hello. It's funny, PNG Tuber did not die a single time while I was working on Rosie's avatar. And to those of you who didn't see, over the weekend, Rosie did do some streaming, and my big gift to her was she actually has a new PNG Tuber avatar made by yours truly. Definitely go by and check out her next live if you can, or her VOD. Oh, in fact, never mind, here she is, because apparently hers was the last one that saved. Anyway, hi, I'm Rosie now. Here, let me go ahead and move her over so that you guys can see. There we go. So this is Rosie's new PNG tuber. Weirdly enough, she's almost completely equal to me, to Moss, in terms of parts. In fact, she might have substantially less. I decided on mine to make every individual feather its own piece, and that's why I crash every time I stream. But yeah, if you want to see more of this beautiful babe, go check out Rosie's streams. Let me get this changed into the correct bird.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Kazoo. Oh dear. I'm not where I belong at all now. Okay, that's where I should be. Casually squishes self into a corner. Yeah, so fun fact, if you don't save your PNG tuber window exactly in the right size, it just doesn't open right. Which is why I tend to be moved into various locations based on the size of the PNG tuber window. That should be good. Drinking Galaxy. Yeah. So I asked Rosie what kind of wine she prefers, if she likes red wine or white wine, and she said, I don't like wine. So I said, fine, you're drinking the Cosmos. Well, ads are going to play in about a minute here. D. Cruz! I'm glad you're here. You've caught us just before the ad break. We started our ornaments today with yours being the first one. So I hope you like Amity. I know she's your favorite Owl House character. I'm glad you like it. We're about to finish up with Bobbin, who belongs to Cat. And she will be our fourth one of the day. We're making good time. But like I said, ads are going to start any minute now. Thank you, Awesome Chips. Wonder what color we should make her little head bauble piece. We'll make it this color. Blends right in. I miss the Owl House. Good show. You're killing it, my good raptor. Thank you, Cat. Let's get some little highlights on these bits here, because they do appear to be quite shiny. And we'll put some on these guys up here too. Just so they're all tied together. Looking good. Who's your favorite character from the Owl House? Probably King. Or Hootie. It's a strong tie between the two. They're one of her, like, 4 sets of eyes. The pink ones let her see how spells are
Did you
formed.
remember
That's
to
cool. I wondered if they were
save
eyes.
all of your files?
And thank you, Kazoo. We are actually ready to save. Let's do just that. And close it. Reopen it. And drag and drop. And there we are. We got a little bobbin down there. Alrighty. So next we have, this was the last one I had planned for today, but we're making record time. We're only halfway through stream and I've already gotten through our whole list. Well, almost. We'll see how long these next 2 take. You're welcome, Cat! Between furry Bill Cipher and bad Mickey Mouse impression. Alright, next is, you know her, you love her, you just saw her in PNG format, our beautiful, beloved Bone Queen, Rosie. And so I've got her reference pulled up again. As though I haven't already been staring at it long enough to memorize her design. That's how I feel about Rosie too. I'm gonna make her actual avatar a little bit bigger here. Although they're pretty much the same. Sends the horns, pun intended. We're mostly just gonna want a close-up of her face. Because we could do like what we did with Sassy's. I cannot lie. The temptation is strong. Hurting my French-speaking heart. What did I say? Did I butcher a French word? I think we're going to just stick with her head design. She's got some pretty ornate crest stuff going on. And it'll look cute to have her next to Spooka. Oh my god, I really am going a little overly detailed on some of these last ones, huh? No, we're not gonna think about that. Tone it down, Frag. Sans is a French word? What does it mean in French? I thought it just meant, like, redacted. Like, minus this thing. Yeah. So I used it correctly. I just said it with a bad American accent. Is it sans? I need Sans Undertale to make French puns effective immediately. Oh, you don't pronounce the second S at all, huh? Sans, pick up your dirty socks. Oh yeah, no, so is it just pronounced San? Comic San? Sans was plural this whole time and we didn't realize it. No, we did realize it because of the rabbit hole of AUs that spun off of Undertale. There's nothing but plural Sans now. Comic without. Actually, when you think about it, that makes perfect sense for the font, because it basically is like a comic book handwritten font without the comic. Hiya, Kirk. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you? And welcome, Fuzzy Flanders. Good to see you. It's Sans for Comic Sans. The writing of Sans
If you
is
become
Comic
lightheaded
Sans.
from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate cue. Actually, with that in mind, let me go ahead and refill my glass of water. And throw my quest across the floor, apparently. I learned the American Standardized Handwriting font book. It's Comic Sans. So the font Comic Sans is actually a very interesting font. It was deliberately designed to be more legible to people who have things like dyslexia. So it's one of the most readable fonts, especially for those who may not have the clearest ability to read. And that was why it was designed the way that it is. And that's why it's used so frequently for things like education material. Specifically for children. My weekend was not the best. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kirk. Does that mean his full fanon name is without Undertale? That's why it's the kindergarten handwriting book font. Yeah! I love that Comic Sans is dyslexia friendly. That's my favorite typography fun fact. Alright, let's get started on Rosie's ornament. I love how much the topic of Sans is present right now, given that we are working on Rosie. Rosie, to those who don't know, her character started originally as an Undertale Sans spin-off character. I did not know that when I had first met her. Trying to get me. I'm too alert right now. You gotta wait till I'm hyper-focused. It's because of sans serif, meaning a font that doesn't have serif, which is when a letter has kind of a little plate at the bottom of its legs. Twitch's font is sans serif, but Times New Roman is serif. That's really cool. I didn't actually know anything about that. I knew they all had different meanings, but I didn't know what the meanings were. Thank you for sharing that, Sparky. We love a good font fact. Comic Sans is seen as handwritten because it is. Just wanted to see what that did. Go right ahead. Those things are there for you guys. Well, most of them are. Basically, the reason why was because my brother was in the hospital for both breaking and dislocating his arm in a skateboarding accident. Holy shit! Is he doing okay now? I mean, I'm assuming they've got him all bandaged up and in a cast and carrying on. That's to be expected with skateboarding, but that's a bummer that happened. I'm glad he's okay. Worry not! We have healing vibes from the great and glorious Parco Fagore headed his way. Everyone sing along, increase the healing magic of Parco Fagore.
Music start!
Chi, 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 whoop-bye. Boing, boing. Chi, 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 whoop-bye. Boing, boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge, 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 moge. Chi, chi, wo, moge. Moge! Thank you so much, Nexus. Don't worry, Kirk. Parco Fagore, like he does for so many people, will definitely come visit your brother in the hospital. He will make it all better, for he is the great and glorious Parco Fagore. Not doing well emotionally, but I came to bless everyone with Parco. Well, I have a blessing for you too, Nexus, because you were on our list today. And so I hope it puts a little smile on your face to know that we've got your ornament done. I apologize for any inaccuracies. It was a little hard to find a bigger image of your icon. But I knew you had a dragon OC somewhere, and I wanted to try and do it justice. But I do hope that things get better for you soon. Until then, you've always got here, and you've always got us. It is okay to not be okay. As someone who has the mega flu, I can tell... Oh, I can't tell if I'm having a fever dream or dying, or it's getting worse. It's just Parco Fagore. You're welcome, baby. I hope that you feel better soon. The sooner the better. But however long it takes. Oh wait, hold on. Before I do any more, I need to go ahead and get her name. That's the one thing I forget every time. He's okay. He's in a cast. but his entire left arm, from the tip of his fingers to his shoulder, is completely blue and bruised. God damn. Sounds like he really crushed it. I hope it heals well. That's always the scary part. I mean, at least as an artist, I've always feared something bad happening or breaking a wrist and not being able to draw the same way. Parcofagore, more like got hit by a parked full doorway. That one was a reach, but you got it. No, that's the wrong kind of crushing it. I do apologize if this is tasteless humor, Kirk. Truly, we are trying to make light of a bad situation with humor. But if that is not appropriate right now, please don't hesitate to say so, because truly, we are here to be supportive of one another, and if that is not helping, then I want to be respectful of that. I had to cancel my stream on Saturday for that because my mood completely crashed because of it. Completely understandable. There's absolutely no obligation to stream when you've got shit going on like that. And I know it feels like you have to kind of owe an apology for it. I myself am very guilty of that. But you guys have always had to remind me that life comes first. So, paying it forward by reminding you as well. Greg, did you know that they did an experiment to find out what the fastest liquid was and discovered that it was milk? I feel like this is the setup for a joke. It's because milk goes past your eyes before you know it. God damn it, Q. Don't feel bad to harsh the vibes. Sometimes it needs to be harshed. That is true, but getting clarification is always important if you're unsure on things. I've learned the hard way that it's not always the best decision to double down on a joke. A skillful clown knows how to read the room. Same, honestly, I revamped my OBS, scheduled a stream for the next day, then I immediately fell with the mega flu. Ugh. Also hoping you get better from that, Flanders. The plague has been going on strong this year. I've been pretty lucky so far in not catching it, but I know it is inevitable. And when I get sick, I am a righteous baby about it. But I've already told myself, if I do catch the flu this year and get super sick, then my only goal is to stay in bed and heal. And I'll finally use that as my excuse to do all of the laziness that I've been putting off because I feel too guilty being lazy and not doing productive stuff. So if anything, maybe I want to get sick. Secretly. Like, not really, obviously, but if I do get sick, I'm not going to see it as a bad thing. was about to say, I wish plague and famine upon your bloodline. Have a good day. Honestly, this does feel like the timeline where that is something that we would be saying to one another. If you want to touch up my ornament, I can post my character reference. Yeah, go right ahead. I don't know how much time I'll be able to devote to finishing it up or changing it up at all at this point, because I did not save a layered file. But if I see anything that I can change before I post the final version over on the Discord, I will do just that. If I had all the time in the world, I would absolutely be asking people directly for their references and try to make them as personalized as possible. But because there's so many that I've had to do, I don't know. I don't want to be posting this in like March and being like, look, I have all of your Christmas presents done. Hey, what's up? I'm going to push her name up a little higher. And I'm going to squish the teardrop. I didn't actually end up putting the teardrop on her PNG tuber because it already had so many dangly bits and I was worried that it was going to start glitching out. Big brain move is to wait until next December. I was shocked you had mine on hand. So before I went live, I did try to grab up a handful so that it would be quicker. I had picked out several names that I knew would be easier for me to find images for, that I already knew what people's characters looked like, with the exception of Nexus. But I did have the image pulled aside. I found that it helps me keep a straighter head when I'm trying to focus on belting multiples out at a time. You can probably do some cute little lips for her. I don't remember if she has much of a Cupid's bow. I don't think so. She actually has a more thin upper lip. I say that. She is a skeleton. She does not have lips, but technically, She's also a monster. And a god?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. And a big stretch. And posture check. Thank you guys, keeping me on track. Skeleton got Botox. Put those a little bit lower. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but Rosie will be joining us for tomorrow's stream. I was planning on starting a new gameplay of a game called Outer Wilds. Or, no, Outer Worlds? Fuck, hold on. Sparky's gonna kill me. Outer Wilds. I did get it right. But that was a game that Sparky gifted me for my birthday a while back, and we had started it, but it was right before I started streaming. And unfortunately, I never got a chance to go back to it. So, not this week, but next week, I'll be starting that one. New one or the old one? I'm not sure, actually. Because I knew nothing about it. Sparky completely introduced me to the whole world of Outer Wilds. So, I guess it's the one that was released in 2020? I'm looking at the Steam page right now. There is DLC for it. Annapurna Interactive is the goat of games. Seen Outer Wilds. It's quite a crazy game. It's really beautiful from what I've seen. I have not played a whole lot of it, but I played enough to leave our first planet and see some of the stuff that was around there. And every part of it truly is living art, it feels. Like, the devs really poured a lot of heart and soul into it. DLC expansion is like a mini Outer Wilds 2. Ah. Is the puzzle game. Outer Worlds is the intergalactic RPG where you work to earn the right to work. Ah, America Simulator. Outer Wilds and What Remains of Edith Finch. All right, let's get her veil on here. I don't know how I'm going to fit this. Like, make it smaller. Do some forced perspective on it, maybe. Hello again, Locke. Thanks for the pog. You say that about devs pouring their heart into it, Frag, and yet you've seen nothing yet. But from everything I already saw, it still stood strew. My brain is strew. Stood true. I'm excited to see more of it, though. From just the small teasing of lore I was able to understand from our first dabble in the water, I really, really want to know what the story is going on. You know what, we're not going to do the rest of the veil. We're just going to keep her as she is. I think that's good. I need to stop doing too much on these things. Wait. Oh, it's the same company that made Stray? I didn't know that. Stray's another one that I would like to play. I just haven't because I didn't know. I'm pretty sure it's got a bittersweet ending. And when Stray came out, what year did Stray come out? (2022). Yeah. So Stray is a beautiful game about a stray orange cat. And 2 years prior to the game coming out, I had just lost my childhood cat, who was an orange cat. So I did not bother to play it. I was too raw still from the loss of him, and I never got around to it since. Because I really, really wanted to. I love the idea of it, but I cannot handle if there is any sadness for the cat. Yes, I am a weenie. I am unashamed of saying so. They used mocap on real cats. That's really cool. There's another cat game that I would like to play that I do actually own already. And that's Little Kitty Big City. Because as soon as I heard the description for that one, being the guy who made it wanted to have a game that nothing bad happened to the cat, immediately sold. Say no more. The cat isn't a character, it's a courier to take you through the story. That's fair. I still don't want to see anything bad happen to it, though. I personally prefer the yellow on her VTuber avatar, so I'm going to use that. I think that has a much brighter pop. Oh wait, this needs to be a different layer. Because her veil is transparent. Kitty's okay by the end. Probably got shell shock, but okay. Nothing bad happened to the cat. Opens the cat Opens on cat becoming too much of a liquid next to a window. Actually, apparently Boko did that today. Mom has been refilling her bird feeder on her window. It's just a little suction cup bird feeder for the sparrows and the chickadees and whatnot. But because she started refilling it and it's winter, there's less food out and whatnot for the birds. And they are very excited about it. And Boko got very excited about watching the birds at the window. And also over watching the squirrels in the tree. And I guess he just got a little too enthusiastic about it and somehow ended up eating shit falling off the window ledge. Uh-oh. My button got changed. There we go. Rosie is one of the few characters that I really go ham with the airbrush on. I don't generally use the airbrush a whole lot. I mean, that's a lie. I use it more as an eraser, though, than anything. Whoa. I hate this bloody cold I've got. Oh no! I didn't realize you had some kind of sickness too, Q. Everybody else really is sick right now. I was really hoping that would have passed for a lot of you. Well, hopefully it does soon. Because being sick is no fun. Weh! Hi, Rosie! Speak of the devil! How are you today, Rosie? She got you too, Locke? That's great.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate. Just woke up. I kind of figured. Wait! Wait! What did I do to deserve the pit? I'm getting my work done! Lil Bold threw me into a pit earlier on Kevin's stream.
Zoz just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Zoz.
Thank you, Mime!
Fuzzy Flanders just subscribed for 1 month.
I like how
Morbid
2 of
Mind
them just
gifted a
aren't
tier
going
1
into
sub to
Popple's
Fuzzy
head.
Flanders.
What's going on there, buddy?
Awesome Chips just subscribed for 1 month.
Can we
Morbid
fix that?
Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Awesome Chips.
I don't think we can. They just live there now.
Lockneath Gaming just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Lockneath Gaming. JRedink 555 just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to JRedink 555.
Okay. She's done yapping. How many was that time? Was that 5 more? It was. Thank you again, Mime. As always, every one of you who ended up getting gifted a sub, I am tasking you with some homework. I am hoping that you will continue through with this and carry on the love. Because someone did something nice for you, please do something nice for someone else.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Oh, wow. I have not saved yet, but I will very soon. Win! Little ball, no! You're too small to use redeems. You can't reach them. Glitter claws? Who did your claws? Welcome home from work, Mime. Now is your time to kick back, relax, and just chill. No, Rosie, don't enable him. No, Mime, don't enable her!
Quetzalotus just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Quetzalotus. They are given 68 gift subs in the channel.
68? Holy shit! I'm gonna have to start making some special badges for you guys or something. That's something I've had on my list for a while, I just haven't been able to get the time to get around to it. Bet he got his claws painted just for you. That'd be so cute. We need to have like a spa day with Lil Bold. But like goblin spa. The cucumbers are for wearing and eating. I'm not really sure how I want to do the shadow on the stars. I was going to try and make it a little beveled, but loves, because I really do love this little community. Aww. You guys are so awesome. This whole community truly is just a group effort of everyone trying to just have a place that everyone belongs, and I cannot tell you guys how much I appreciate how much of a mutual goal that's been. It seems like it's all too rare in modern times, but not amongst us. It will not die. Not if we have anything to say about it. Uh-oh, Henry, you having a bit of a time there, it seems. But I don't want to be in the pit. I'm working hard. I'm getting bullied. No, no, no. It's okay. I understand. You guys are just acting out because Mom's here. Rosie shows up, and then everybody's got to get Rosie's attention. It's just like when Grandma comes to visit, you know? Into the pit, I must admit. Everyone needs to bully Dad while Mom sips her tea. Why does this exist? Why is the milk hot? It's the question everyone's asking.
Someone's salty.
Just hot cocoa, minus the cocoa. Get a piping hot bowl of ice cream. Oh, that just sounds gross. Honestly, we don't even have to do much in the way of shading for Rosie, because she's pretty much just jewelry. Freezing hot sauce into popsicles and telling your enemy it's watermelon. Man, what would cold hot taste like? I'm not entirely opposed to that. I'd try it. No shading for Rosie because she doesn't throw shade. Thank you, baby. Hey, what's up? Hello, Rosie. Call it icy hot. Icy hot candy? I love Samsung. I have all the obscure symbols. So villainous trademark. Menthol and capsaicin popsicle. I would so try that, though. Freezer chilled tamale candies. Technically, it would be cold, however, you would still get the spicy burn due to the capsaicin and the frozen hot sauce. Honestly, it might increase the spiciness due to it being frozen. Capsicle? Capsaicicle. Rosie's just now getting an ornament? Yeah! Admittedly, I may have put hers off for a very deliberate reason. If you had joined her on her birthday for her birthday stream, you would see exactly what that reason was. These are all terrific ideas, and I want to attempt tasting all of them. Can you taste spicy? No, you can't taste spicy, Kevin. But can you taste cold? Like, do you get minty effect? Wait! Why am I in the pit again? Everyone's so mean to me. Y'all got a pit addiction today. A pit-diction.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate cue. Mint effect does work. Okay. So then there's the goal. We're gonna mix. We're gonna make a special batch just for Kevin. We're gonna make a special batch just for Kevin that's worse now. They're trying to drown you in balls. I'm just making sure you're well hydrated. I think all we have left to do on Rosie now is her sparkles, which I do have a brush for. Will the brush cooperate? We'll see. And we're going to turn the symmetry ruler off for that. Wait! You want to make it worse? Add ghost pepper seeds that have been crushed into a powder. Ugh. Yeah, I didn't think words. I didn't think about powderized pepper. All right, we're going to fade these out. And then it's just a matter of coloring in our line art. Oh, ads are going to play in about a minute. You're diabolical. I was wondering why the redeems looked different. The Crimbus one has been removed. Yeah! It is no longer Crimbus. That, and I did remove a lot of the Christmas decorations from the stream just because I was worried about how many I had put to begin with. OBS was not a fan of my decorating this year. What's the next holiday in the lineup? Valentine's Day? I'll have to figure something else out to do for that. Because I really do enjoy decorating for holidays, but I also don't like holidays that end up excluding people or bringing up feelings that are difficult for people. Valentine's Day's always been a weird one. Holy guacamole, I just realized that I've been watching you for a year, Frag. It's crazy to think how much time's gone by. Because I was talking earlier about that it doesn't feel like it's been nearly as long as it has been. I still sit here feeling like it's my first year ever doing any of this. Into the pit. Into the pit. No, I can't start singing that. A crab's gonna start appearing in the pit, and we don't need that. Posture check! Thank you, Q. I know what to do for Palentine's Day. Add confetti. Palentine's Day is a good idea. But I also don't like the idea of redacting love as a whole from Valentine's Day, because that's what I would rather redirect it as. Just Love Day. Celebrating every possible kind of love. Platonic, romantic. That's about it. Sexual? That one's the one that other people can celebrate. But nah, like, just love. Love each other. Love your friends. Love your family. Yeah. Not into the pit, it burns! Whip of my Kirby OC as in... Oh, is in the Share Your Art channel if you want to see. Let me go take a look. Oh my. It's a bit blurry. I think I can see the gist of it, though. I like where you're headed with it. That's how I celebrate Valentine's Day, a reminder of all the love that we have for everyone. Yeah! Alright, we need to do the circle itself. Might want to make that a little darker, actually. And then we have just a little bit of blush I would like to include because she does have some freckles. Oh, wow. Oh, we've also posted some art. Let's go see. Oh, that's from the Roblox Doors game. Okay. That's cool. I like the concept you're going for. I've never played Doors, but I've been meaning to. I've been told it's similar to Pressure, which is the only other one that I've played. Oh, and I'm just now seeing the art reference here from Awesome Chips. This is a cute character. A Diplocaulus. I don't see enough Diplo characters. I'm not be real. I had actually zoomed the camera in, which caused it to lose focus and made it blurry, but couldn't be bothered to correct it. Mood. Good night, Q. I hope that you have a wonderful sleep. I think I'm actually going to use the star brush again as the freckles without the symmetry ruler. Hell to the yeah. Thank you. This was a commission from my friend Piranha Plants. That name rings a bell. That little guy will be his PNG tuber eventually. Aw! Loved working on it. It's a very, very cute character design, and you did a beautiful job on it. It was made before Seek ever existed. Everyone says it's Seek. No, no, no. Drives me insane. That is very frustrating when you have a character design that's similar to something that's created in canon, but later on. I think we're just about done on Rosie here. Go ahead and give her a save.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Oh, that blush kind of has her looking a little darker than I think she might need to be. And I just closed the layered file. Let's see if we can recover that work. Yeah, we're going to leave that blush off. I think the natural shading tends to look a little bit darker anyway. Oop, not you. You. Much better. Oh, no, that's Bobbin. We need you. These ornaments need to stop growing so big. They're all the same file size. All right. So that's 5 more ornaments here. We go back to our list. Oh, I lied! There's one other person I forgot. So I do still have... I should have it. Where did it go? Undo deleting all these references off here. Cactus! So I'll do cactus next, because that was the last one that I had all of the references pulled up for before. Actually, hold on, this is a bit of a problem. I need to go back and get the guitar picture again. Okay. Just slap that in the bag. All right, we're going to go for at least 2 more here. It's from Factory Nights. The lore is bonkers. I believe it. One of them that's finally started to catch up to me now is Dandy's World. I've been hearing more about that one. I know very little about it. It seems cute, though. All right, let's get your username. This song sounds like it's from a VCat world. Which I realized we didn't actually really go to any of them yesterday. We planned on it. We were going to take Kevin to some VCat worlds for the first time. I guess it just depends on how late I'll be up tonight. Maybe we'll be able to drag him off and do some. This is another one that's probably going to end up being mostly hair, but we'll see. I'll try and get the bangs on, but I really don't want to do a whole lot of hair. I'm going to try and get more of the rat. I got bored. Dreams do come true. Yes, we did introduce Kevin to some of the VOR experiences of VR chat. Because, shockingly, a platform made entirely by furries has furry content. Oop. For no reason whatsoever, which ones? Let me pull up the ones that we went to. This is a fun little thing we can share with everyone. So the one that I had that I knew was a VOR world was one that I had... I forget who showed me this one. Somebody took me here once, though. It is depreciated by now. It is the Swalia Watching Lake. Swim with the Swalia, a cute sea creature. And they are adorable. We'll go ahead and link that in chat. But this world is an experience world meant for the Swalia creatures. They are like a different breed from the, I want to say, Avali? No. I forget what they're called. Cute little bird things, though. They're like birdfish. But it's actually a very well-made world. It's got swim physics. There's a whole underwater system for drowning. You start off in a little submarine, and you can explore the little area full of water, and maybe have a Vor experience somewhere along the line. The second one we went to was a classic. This is one that I had a group of people take me to, one of the first times I ever got on VR. So you can imagine how intense of an experience that was. This one is a full-blown Vor simulator called Big Byron. But it's not just Vor. There are other experiences to be had within this world. Explore at your own risk. Again, alarmingly well made. And features a shader that no other world we've met yet has had. This is the beauty of VR chat. This is the beauty of having completely unrestricted ability to create. Yeah, you're gonna get some weird shit, but within that weird shit, there's beauty. And if you can't look at something like that and see the effort that somebody put into it to make it real, even though regardless of it being a fetish, I don't know, there's something beautiful in that. I'm not here to criticize, I'm here to enjoy and have fun in whatever ways I can. Learn whatever I can. If it's not hurting anybody, it's no big deal. All right, let's get some ratty ears on here. I'm almost positive that Cactus is a rat. Might be a possum, but weirdly highly detailed in a good way. If you'd like, Sparky, I can go through my whole list. Because I have several worlds that were just recommended to me by VRChat itself. So whenever you open the VRChat page, it has a thing at the bottom of your main page that says, have you seen these completely random worlds? And it suggests 3 worlds to you that are just totally random worlds pulled out of the whole list of worlds available. From that, I have saved an absurd amount of Vor-related worlds. I have not vetted them, though. I don't know if they are legit Vor or if they're just a weird gimmick. I have one that's a bar. It's like a bar on the inside of someone's mouth. Wait. Thank you for the posture check, Cat. Oswald and Parkit had a little idea to make an automated coal shoveler on trains. It always failed. It was scrapped, but 20 years in the future, in 1909, Stephen found this robot in his attic and got an idea to make an animatronic pizza place, FNAFy, I know. It failed because no one came because they thought it was fake. But 30 years later, Stephen wanted to try and do it, and it worked, and money flowed. But the place burned down, and all of the history documented magically was burnt like it was all on purpose. Very FNAF-esque. Isn't the VCAT world we're looking for sort of war-related with fighting the dragon? I think so. There is a lot of accidental vor overlap with VCAT too, because one of the if you guys don't know, VCAT is the Japanese virtual market. It's a festival that happens twice a year in virtual reality that is funded by a huge chunk of money from the Japanese government to make greater advancements in the technology of VR. So there's some pretty crazy stuff, but there's also a lot of pretty crazy advertisers. So like Honda, for example, is one of the advertisers, and they'll set up a big area in VR that displays a lot of their stuff for sale, both for Honda and for the event itself. But it's always big name brands in like the main shopping worlds. And one of them this year was a mouthwash product. So some kind of like dental stuff. And for their experience, it's just a full-blown vor experience. You round the corner and there's this gargantuan anime girl, and she's got really dirty hands, and she says something about how you need to help her wash them. So you help her wash her hands, which is a horrible experience, and then she eats you, and you help her clean her teeth. And you fight a dragon. The native mouth dragon in its natural habitat. Don't worry, Kevin, we'll take you. And you fight a dragon. I mean, it is a dragon in her mouth. It's a plaque dragon. These are the things that I really ought to be streaming for you guys. I really need to sit down and figure out how to stream in VR and still be able to see chat and whatnot. I know it's something you can do with the OVR toolkit, I just haven't sat down and learned it.
Bubble, you can't say that.
Then Fredbear's Diner shows up and Steven was angry, but he couldn't do anything. He had no documents to show that he had the idea, not Stinky William. My computer encountered an error and restarted on me. Oh no, you missed the vor talk! Again! I have a friend that's trying to get me into VR chat. He's found a model of Queen Sectonia, Sectonia for me. I'm so tempted to walk around as a giant evil bee queen. Yes. Beautiful. I'm a clown. I thought that would play a lot more. I'm a clown, bitch. Man, I can feel myself, my brain is melting now. Like, we bolted through the first part of all of this work. We only have, like, an hour and a half left. And I'm chugging now. Who was that? Usually it's Pyro who sneaks in here with those things. Wait! Oh god.
Katsu drawn just cheered 10 bits. Door emoji, front-facing baby chick emoji. Door emoji, front-facing baby chick emoji. Door emoji, front-facing
emoji.
baby chick emoji. Door emoji, front-facing 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 baby chick emoji.
It was you, Katsu! You and your front-facing baby chick emojis. How have you been lately, Katsu? Front-facing baby chick emoji is in my nightmares. There is no hat man, there is only front-facing baby chick emoji. I feel like we need to take this text-to-speech and make a beat track out of it. That's a loaded question and is too much for my brain at this moment. That is perfectly fair. I hope that while you're here, you'll be doing okay. And if not, that's all right. It's okay to not be okay. I don't know about okay, but I can be okay. Okay, we've got some very cute rat cheeks, or possum cheeks possibly. Let's see if we can squeeze in this hair. Is there a name for this style of bangs? I used to draw this style of bangs on like every character back in middle school. Is it curtain bangs, maybe? I can't recall. It probably qualifies as curtain bangs. This is a very saturated purple, so I'm probably going to tone it down just a little bit. Grab some of these pink for the ears. Oh man, I hate how fast I'm losing steam on this. I mean, it's not bad. We've done amazing. But like we were doing so good and I was really enjoying being on such a roll. And now it's like, oh no, I'm slowing down. The ADHD is taking over. No want art. Only want vidya
If you
game.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Oh, hey, Satan. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you feeling? Hopefully a lot better since the last time we saw you. There was quite a lot of trouble in paradise last time. But I hope you've been healing up good. Good news, so I'm doing a lot better. Hell yeah! Did you bring enough good news for the whole class? Getting my dream job in March. Yay! That's so cool! I'm so fucking happy for you. That's awesome! If you feel comfortable sharing, what is your dream job? I just mean that, like, profession-wise, like, what would you be doing? Dude, congrats starting the year strong. Going to work in the mines to change the tiers on all of the trucks. That sounds like a lot of people's not dream jobs. But if that is your dream job, I could not be happier for you. Tires. That sounds like a lot of work. But I'm so fucking thrilled. Man, you're gonna get ripped doing a job like that. It's good 12-hour days for a week and then a week off. Fuck yeah! That's tough work, but it's so worth it from everything that I've heard. Almost every single person I know of who's had a job that's longer hours for the shift, but less hours, like leaves more hours off. It's just been so much better for them. I'm excited to hear how it goes for you. I hope that it's everything that you want it to be. Because God knows you have worked hard enough for it, that's for sure. Check your DMs, you'll see one of the bigger trucks that I've got to work with. Oh! Holy crap! Okay, yeah, no, that's a heck of a tire! Hold on, do you mind if I share this image? That's a big tire, it's a big car! See, you said trucks, and I'm thinking like I don't know, like a flatbed truck. Yeah, no, this ain't a truck. This a Constructicon. That's 2 men. So that's not like a thing that you can do by hand. That's going to require big machinery to change those tires. That's crazy. That's going to be cool as hell. If I ever need references from crazy vehicles like this for a Transformer character, I'm going to be heading your way. You could build a shelter out of one of these tires. That's so cool. That's really exciting. When do you start? March is when you said, okay. Jesus, it's almost March. It's 2026. How? Could fit a family of 6 in the big boys. There's a whole February before March. Yeah, I know. But it's already January 13th. It's been 2026 for almost 2 full weeks now. For more than 2 full weeks. Tiny tire homes will be the future. No, don't say that. The Americans will take it seriously and try to make it true. Also, real quick, I will say I thought I was going to struggle really hard on Cactus's design, but I'm actually in love with how these colors look. This looks like it's reminding me of a very specific game aesthetic. Hold on, let me look it up. The Bunny Graveyard. You guys ever hear of this one? It's a game that I plan on playing on stream at some point. Trying to find a picture that doesn't spoil anything. So that's the art style that the game is done in. Nice black, bold outlines. Very crisp. A lot of emphasis on the color purple, though. Hold on, I'm trying to find another picture. So this one doesn't use the in-game art, but it's a poster that kind of gets the feel of it, too. And this is just kind of the vibe that I'm feeling while working on this one because of, I guess because the character is also very similar and they've got this bright purple hair. Takes a loader to swap them out. Each tire is about 5,000 kilograms. Holy shit. 11,000 pounds per tire. Wait. Wait.
Sleepy Blue Alive just cheered 100 bits.
Wait. Thank you, Sleepy. How are you doing today? Sleepy also had a birthday. You are one of the 3 people I know of that had a birthday around the weekend. so cute. Yes, I have. Michael Kovac is in it? Michael Kovac's in Grave of what is it? The Bunny Graveyard. That's so funny. I didn't even know there was voice acting in it. Was it last week? I thought your birthday was on Friday last week. I mean, technically that would be last week, yes, but I could be misremembering. Yeah, last Thursday. That's close enough to the weekend. Besides, who says a birthday ends after the day? I know some people whose birthdays are at least a week-long celebration. Man, I've been staring at this one so long now that the black line art really feels like it belongs there, but I feel like I should color it to keep consistency. Gotta do something special for mine this year. It's both a Sunday and it's my golden birthday where your age and the date are the same number. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing! By the way, trying to get more friends that I like to play. Oh, whoa, uh-oh. Why did that get censored? Left 4 Dead 2 and Repo, but no one shows up.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer.
Oh, wow.
When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Kazoo. The hardest part about it, Sleepy, is honestly just trying to find people when their schedules are free. That's something I kind of learned when it came to, like, any kind of organizing things within adulthood. Like, I'm not joking when I say it's taken years to reach a point where me and my friends can more comfortably be like, hey, I'm free, you want to do something? Because 9 times out of 10, the answer is usually, no, I gotta work, or no, I'm sorry, I gotta do this. It's just kind of the sucky part about adulthood. Don't let it discourage you. Didn't know it was a thing either, but my brother-in-law had his last year. That's so cool. See, my favorite thing, or at least it used to be my favorite thing, on my birthday, is I liked to go around and do all of the birthday freebies that you can sign up for. Boy, I had that shit on lockdown. I'd be working on assembling my list of free shit that you have to sign up for, like, months in advance. And before COVID happened, I had that down to an art form. Unfortunately, after COVID hit, a lot of companies did away with their birthday freebies. They just kind of used COVID as the excuse of, oh, well, we don't have to offer this service anymore, so we won't. need to make a stream schedule at some point. That does help. If that's something that you're capable and able to do and that works for you, then that does help substantially. But it's not for everybody, and that's okay. But hey, got more views on my birthday. I was happy anyone would watch, so no worries. That's cool. I'm glad that you had a good turnout. I feel like I've been lost on this one for a bit too long. Wait. Depends on the time zone. About scheduled stream. Yeah, absolutely. But the whole thing is you really just want to find a schedule that works for you. Because if you're streaming in a consistent way, then more and more people who are also available during that time will be able to find you. Because I don't really do much in the way of advertising my own stream or anything. A lot of my viewers and whatnot are just shared between me and my friends that I've made. But I know that one thing that seems to help a lot of people is the fact that I stream at the same time usually every time. So it's less confusion, builds more routine for the regulars. Just kind of makes it easier overall. But that is a luxury that not everyone can have. And I'm thankful that I'm able to, for now anyway. May not always be the case. Hi! I stream on Mondays and Fridays because I'm available, but also because I want to catch frag streams in the middle of the week. I do run into that problem a lot, is that I also stream at the same time that many of my friends stream, and I can't watch their streams. Because I have to focus on mine. It makes me sad. But I'll still lurk if I can, if I don't have too many tabs open. Alright, let's grab this lighter shade here on the muzzle. Oh, that was nice of you, Bronx. My dog just walked into the room, belched loudly, and has now turned her rear towards me to rub her face on the carpet. Frag got like 90 tabs open. It feels like it sometimes. It very much feels like I have way too many tabs open, except instead of tabs, it's just random programs and shit. Like sometimes I'll have Unity and Blender and VR chat and OBS. It's just whatever's necessary sometimes. All right, I think that looks good. I'm not seeing any major parts that we've... Ah, coloring the line art. That's it. That's the most important part. Them's rookie numbers. Exactly, gotta have 3,417 open. God, y'all stress me out with those numbers. No, you want to know who's the worst when it comes to having tabs open? Mew. Mew hasn't been able to stop by in a while. Mew is one of my mods and also one of my oldest friends that I have made through VR chat and whatnot. But Mew is a criminal when it comes to having tabs open. He'll have so many that it's like, you can't even see the tabs anymore. It's just like a billion little, like a line of pixels where they've all overlapped so much. You can't read it. There's nothing displaying what this tab even is. Actual criminal mentality. Am I the only one that closes his browser and turns off his PC when done for the day? See, no, I do that. And the main reason for that isn't because I care about my PC's health and everything. I mean, obviously I do. I cannot afford to replace this thing if I ever had anything bad happen to it. But, yeah, no, I can't stand the sound of the fan. So I have to turn this fucker off, or else I will not sleep. Right now I only have... Actually, I don't need any of the ones open that I had. I have a couple of VR chat ones from where I was looking earlier. But I just have my Twitch open, and I'm lurking on Vertaki right now because that's who Kevin rated out to. Vertaki's playing Wuthering Waves. I've got Chrome and Firefox open. Chrome tabs, I've got too damn many. Wait, why Chrome and Firefox? What's the point of having both? Kolar is also really, really bad with tabs. Fun fact, there are a lot of naughty tabs on his. That's how I feel like Spookas are. Spooka's so funny because, like, they'll be showing me something from Twitter or whatever, like a random place wherever they've been reblogging things. And I'll be like, oh man, or like I'll be scrolling through for my morning browse or peruse and I'll see something that Spooka's retweeted or whatever. And I'll be like, oh, that's really cool. I should go see what else Spooka's been up to. And then I'll go click on their name and it's just like, oh, smut, 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 smut. And that's the picture. And smut, smut, smut. It's like, oh, okay, I got a filter. It's so funny because, like, between the two of them, I would have expected that more from Rosie, whereas I look at Rosie's accounts and they're just like mine, where it's pretty much exclusively live posts and nothing else. Oh shit, I'm sorry, ads are playing and I didn't give a warning. Fourth installment of New Madagascar is now in development. However, it's good, but not the same thing with Megamind 2 with awful animations that I saw in the trailer. Wait, so are they rebooting Madagascar, or it's just a continuation? Firefox is exclusively my streaming browser. Any saved passwords or emails or anything under Zatanni. I have Edge if I ever want to bring up a browser to show something on stream. That's genius! Oh, I should do that. I didn't even begin to consider something like that. I have an entirely separate browser for Twitter because it refuses to work on Firefox, but now my Twitter is locked and gone, so maybe I don't need Opera anymore. That's a good point. I should probably get around to doing something like that myself. I don't know why I keep doing the live posts on Twitter, because I really don't use it for anything else. I used to check it every morning when I would get up, just like I do with Blue Sky. But there's so little interaction with Twitter anymore. It just frustrates me because there's so many other artists still using Twitter exclusively. And it makes me sad because I want to see their work, I want to support them, but I just don't want to use that cesspool of a website anymore. Of course, I open it up and immediately get hit with a thirst trap of Dr. Sawyer, and I have to contemplate my decisions in the future. Chrome is my everything else browser. My OBS does not pick up any audio from Chrome or Firefox, so I can watch and listen to a stream and it doesn't pop up in my audio. I see. That is incredibly smart, Zatani. You're telling me someone is doing really cute Kirby AU on Twitter right now, and I can't see it unless my friends send me stuff. No! We just need to convince these guys to go to Blue Sky. I know they don't want to, but it's so much better there. I'm using Opera GX for Check Everything. My YouTube channel. Ah! It can be done in that Steel Series program I tried sharing to you a while ago. Kevin started using it a couple months ago now. Huh, okay. Actually, I really need to look into the PNG Tuber program that you sent me too, because I was able to rig up Rosie's PNG Tuber avatar only in PNG and Tuber Plus because I have not had the time to learn any of the other ones, but I really was hoping to do it in a different one. PNG Tuber Plus just sadly has been aged out. All right. Brain. Brain. We have hit our last hour of stream. Good. Because I'm dying now. Let's save Cactus's avatar, not avatar, ornament. Is it weird to say that the entire time I've been looking at cactuses, they look like that one character from Mouthwashing? Even though they look nothing like them? Was it Daisuke? Is that his name? It's just the curtain bangs. Let's see, put programs under channels, and channels, and have channels can be toggled for I can hear it and stream can hear it. Yeah, Hawaiian shirt guy! That does sound very useful. That's probably been one of my biggest struggles. I think my only hesitation to have another program is I'm already so at capacity that I'm just sitting here like, oh, I can't juggle everything. But that is a tool that explicitly makes it easier to juggle things. All right. Let me get the rest of our names marked off here. All right, we are down to our final few. I'm just double checking on all of our names here. Okay, so the last ones that we have to do, I believe, are Sir Gillaham, Osaka Bean, Bunsey Babe, Lenora the Ringlet, or Yinglet, Dastardly Lost, Robipple 78, Phoenixian Death Row, Penumbra the Durg, Mirage in Space, Wyvern Gaming 08, Galaxy Waffles, and Kazoo. There's a chance that I've missed somebody in that list, but we will circle back around to that afterwards. PNG Tuber Remix. Yeah. I was talking about SteelSeries GG in the video showing how to use SteelSeries GG in the private DM. Thank you, Satani. I greatly appreciate that. All right, Kazoo, you are our next one here, probably the last one that we'll get done today, and you have sent this beautiful guitar. And I do apologize, this one is probably going to get a little butchered. I'm not very good at drawing guitars. But I'll do my best. The real question is, how do we want it to be? Get your name first. Only issue is once in a blue moon, the audio sources reset and have to put them back. Happens after a program update, easy enough to just go back into the video and put it back. Takes like 4 minutes. Sounds good to me. Compared to the issues of shit that I run into with Unity, I'll take anything like that. Here's a thought. What if we like make the ornament kind of look like it's playing a guitar? Like, we just have it kind of sitting in front of it. I think I'm gonna try it. Just figured I'd warn you in case it happens to you. It's been a couple months since it last did it. Yeah, thank you. Bass playing ornament is fire. I actually do have a character that plays a bass guitar too. I haven't done anything with them in a long time. Suddenly I can picture a death clock ornament bass player with the ornament itself is the murder face. This one is... Oh wait, we don't need our symmetry ruler now. I'm probably going to end up needing to, like, roughly sketch something for this one. Because I'm big time bogus at drawing guitars. Or instruments, if anything. Anything linear. This is a banjo. That's just a banjo. That's... Give me a sec. I always wondered this, and I've never had an actual answer to it. Is there a reason why one side of the guitar goes up higher than the other? Was that, like, a purpose originally, or is it just aesthetic? If you're hoping for a perfectly accurate guitar, I'm not even gonna say sorry. You should just expect to be disappointed. Stylized because other guitars are symmetrical. Okay. We're gonna try that. It's not a horrible shape. Scoop that name a little higher. At best, the only practical reason I'd see for it is some kind of user comfort. Well, that's what I mean. I don't know if it was designed to have, like, if part of your body was supposed to rest against it in a way that was more supportive or something. See, I don't play instruments. I do drawing. I did play violin when I was a kid, but we were poor, so I had a very old violin. It was from the 1800s. and it was for a child, and I was a large child, as in tall. So, like, I grew very fast. So even though I was younger than I looked, my age was oftentimes assumed that I was an adult. Let's make this ornament a lighter color for now. But needless to say, the violin was way too small for me. And my teacher was a prick. Because I mentioned this thing was old as balls. And every time I showed up to play, the bridge would have been broken off of my violin. Again, because of its age, it was not kept in the best condition. It was a hand-me-down of a hand-me-down of a hand-me-down. Violin from 1800 is not a bad thing. It is when it doesn't really want to be a violin anymore. It was a violin that wanted to identify as detritus. I had a trumpet from Salvation Army thrift store, sucked at playing it. I love to learn about the instruments that we all went through not quite learning. Because I did know enough violin to, like, actually play. I was in the strings from elementary school to middle school. And the only reason I stopped was, because this guy was a prick. I'd show up and my violin would be broken because of its age, and I'd need him to put the bridge back on for me. But because I was kind of pissed off over being there, because he always treated me like shit, he assumed that I was breaking it on purpose so that I wouldn't have to play. And he told me, if you come in here and break the bridge off of your violin one more time, I'm not going to fix it for you, and you're going to fail. To which I responded, I'm not breaking it. You watched me open the case and saw that it was broken off. Not letting me play means you're wasting both of our time. I'm asking you to fix this so I can play, and you're telling me, no, I'm not going to do it anymore. So you're just accepting that I'm going to fail this class and I get no choice in the matter. And he was like, yep. And that was the end of it. That was when I stopped playing violin. It was not a decision that I got to make. I liked violin. I actually had my main character at the time also played violin because I liked it so much. I always wanted to get really good at it. Nowadays, though, I'm kind of glad that I didn't. For no reason other than, A, it's not like I had any kind of career staked up in it. I didn't have any real desire to do it professionally. It was just sort of like I would like to play an instrument. And B, because that is labor intensive on the fingers. And as an artist who is now 30, actually older than 30, I'll be turning 32 in May. But I can already feel it in my fingers from all the years of art and various crafts, where it is taking its toll. So, without the burden of plucking strings, I feel like I've at least done myself a small favor there in being able to do one. I attempted to play viola, but it was written in alto clef, and my teacher refused to actually teach us alto clef. So I lost most of the time. I was lost most of the time. Starting to wonder if maybe this is a music teacher thing. Oh, hi, Wolfie. My little soot sprite kitty has come to join me. She's been very friendly lately. Finally starting to break out of her shell a little bit, although she's always going to be a bit of a timid thing. Every time I hear stories about music teachers, they sound like the devil. It's because some of them just kind of end up creating that legacy for themselves, unfortunately. And I can't even fully blame them because I get it. They are trying to teach an extremely difficult skill to an entire room of unruly children all at the same time. So with that perspective in mind, I absolutely can see why my teacher was fed the fuck up with me and did not want to give me the time of day. But at the same time, I'm frustrated with it because it did cost me the ability of getting to learn this instrument that I did have an interest in learning and was trying hard to do. It's just one of those things, though. I could be bitter about it, or I could just accept that it is what it is. What happened, happened. I was a kid. I couldn't control it. It sucks. But if I really, really wanted to learn violin that badly, there's nothing stopping me from doing it now. And it's just not a priority. It's not something that I desperately need to do, after all. So I'm not really that upset after all. Am I upset at all of the computer courses and animation courses that were never allowed to be presented to me because I was born with a vagina and the sexism ran very deep through my entire education? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that one's still a pretty raw wound. That one hasn't had a chance to scar over yet. It was bad enough growing up with endometriosis and having every part of my life completely dominated by this organ that I did not ask for and did not relate to and did not want in any way, shape, or form. But then to also have all of my future decisions made for me based off of that organ as well. Damn, it sucks. Don't get me started on the professors that vexed me while earning my degree. I have not forgiven them. Yeah. Hold on, wait, hold on. You guys have set a whole wall of chat. With all the manual labor and construction I did in the past, I decided taking up instruments probably wouldn't work out for me. Shaky hands, not a good feeling. You better keep those shaky hands taken care of, Kevin. You're still an artist. That's your bread and butter. Having a good teacher matters sometimes, and I hate it when they just can't be bothered to teach. I feel like most teachers of any subject pick their job without thinking about the fact that they will be dealing with annoying kids until they retire. Yes. Very much so, unfortunately. That's me with the thought of doing soldering. I'd rather not accidentally scald my hand. But hot damn, Moss, you are a beautiful raptor with just an amazing art talent. Thank you. Said this wasn't going to be accurate, and this is like a 1-to-1. Well, thank you. I'm debating not putting strings on it, even though I know it's only 4, because it's so dark. I'll fill it in as is, and we'll see how it looks when it's small, because I'm afraid it's just going to get too blurry. Now, it does look like the guitar is like a light bluish, kind of greenish bluish.
Security alert! Security alert!
Woo, 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 woo!
Dragon01_live has raided the channel with 3 eggs.
Welcome, Dragon_live, as he said so gingerly. But welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. What were you doing? We're not going to be at it for much longer here. We've only got about half an hour before we're going to wrap things up. But we've been working on some ornaments for all of the people who were subscribed in December. We've got a whole bunch of them that we've made here at this point. But these bottom, what have we done? 6 ones are the ones that we've done today. And they will all be going on to our final wreath once they are done, which we have over here off to the side. This is missing quite a few still, but that was the last time I had updated it. I'm glad that we did this as a little trial run, because now that I know how enthusiastic some of you are when it comes to gifting subs, cough cough, morbid mime, I realized that this is something that won't be sustainable for doing every month like I had initially thought. And I realized that pretty early on. But I'm determined to find something that I can do. Something to pay off the subs or pay it back, whatever. I want to do something that's like a reward system, but I don't know yet. I gotta find something sustainable. I promise I take care of them. The labor years scarred my art ability in my 20s. But I made strong choices to keep them safe. Good. Continue keeping those hands safe. I was playing Pacific Drive, but these look good. Thank you. Well, feel free to just vibe out with us for the last half hour here. We will be raiding out to somebody as well. But if you have to raid and run, that is also perfectly fine. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself. In fact, we might even have less than a half an hour. Let me double check on that. Nope, that's good. We are on track. Have a good end of stream. Thank you very much. All right. If I do a sample of this guitar color, it's very washed out from the picture, unfortunately. It's just kind of like a green chicken egg color. Let's see if we can spruce this up a little bit. Try and see if we can envision what this could look like in its natural state. Where? Oomst! Who's farting with reverb on the stream? Hi, Zatani. That's pretty close? Cool, we'll go with that. My sister's first husband had a guitar that was very similar to this one. I'm sorry I keep calling it a guitar and it's a bass. I know that those are not necessarily exactly interchangeable. I don't know. There's a lot of band lingo that I'm too inexperienced to know. I'm embarrassing when it comes to this stuff. It's a bass guitar. Yeah. I mean, well, like, if people just call it a guitar, is that not something that bass players get wildly upset over? Because, like, I imagine guitar people are kind of like car people. You can't just walk up to a car and be like, wow, I really like this van. And then they'll look at you like you've lost your mind. And they'll be like, oh, clearly this isn't a van. Or this is so much more than a van. Like, I don't know. The only guitar that I've ever really drawn was a fish, so. Hold on. I don't know if I've ever actually posted this picture anywhere. I really need to. But I need to do a proper background for it. There he is. That's my boy Ace. He's my has-been hotel, hell of a boss, OC, imp sona, whatever you want to call it. He would be deeply insulted by that remark. Yeah, that was the joke, that it was a bass, or a bass bass. Ace on his bass bass. I was really, really into the hybridism of the imps. That is something that's gone relatively untalked about on the show. Because he is, like, I think he's only like a half imp. I'm trying to remember how I had it before. Because one of his parents was half imp, half succubus. And the other one was half imp, half whatever the undead shark people are from the Greed Ring. Yeah! So you guys might recognize him from my About section. If you scroll down on desktop a little bit, under the Socials tab, that's where he's been featured. I don't really draw him a whole lot. Part of the problem is because I originally made him to go with a friend's OC, and then some kind of stuff went down with that friend, and we are no longer friends, we are no longer associated. Just kind of parted ways. So now I'm just sort of sitting here with him like, well, he's here. I don't really know what to do with him, but he's here. He's handsome. I'll get around to drawing him again. He's got a cursed frontal view. I think I tried to draw him from the front. Well, yeah, here we go. Much like Blitz, He's just one of those characters. We don't want to talk about forward-facing Ace. Isn't that most characters? True, a lot of characters are very cursed when they're forward-facing, myself included. Oh, that's right, he is on my card. I need to go through my card and add more art to it. I think I did go through and update it a couple months ago with some newer 3D models. Let me check.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you! Yeah, I had added the mini moth and Doughy and Dog Day. And one of the commissions that I had done. But there's still a lot art-wise that I'll need to update at some point. Ah, you can tell that I am brain dead at this point because I am seeking distraction. My ass smiling ear from ear right now. Aww! I'm glad to hear that. What color would you like the back of your ornament? Because this was just a temporary color I threw on. Let me start doing some shading on this. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to do a whole lot. Because it is quite tiny. Oh, if the color works for you, it works for me. Man, y'all have been some of the best clients. Despite not actually commissioning me or anything. Like, I like that I can just be like, is this good? And you're like, yeah, that's good. I'm so not used to that. I've had a lot of rough, not even necessarily clients, but just like when I've made shit for people. It's been a little bit difficult to find people that don't want to micromanage every little part of it. I say that, but it's been a while since I've had anyone who was like that. But that stuff does take its toll in the long term. I'm unlearning it every single day. And you guys have been a tremendous help in that. Your art is so delightfully you. I adore it. Thank you. See, that's one of the things that I actually have had to take a lot of time to figure out how to be okay with. Because that specific way of wording it was used to insult me so much. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around the idea that there are people who aren't dicks who will say that not meaning it as a backhanded thing. You deserved so much better. No, I've been happier than ever to be finally in a position where I'm not stuck dependent on people who are like that and just aren't good for my health. I'm in a good place now. At least with the friends that I currently have. You're way too good of an artist to ever be micro... I don't know the word there. Creativity and heart shine through everything that you make, and that deserves nothing but respect. Sounds like the same situation as Kevin. Yeah. I don't really know fully what Kevin's situation was, but from what we have exchanged, it does feel very much like we both kind of were in a very similar crummy spot. But we're not anymore. In fact, we're doing so much better that we have met each other. And we are going to unlearn all of the damage that any people did to us. Through the power of friendship! Because My Little Pony had it right. Friendship is fucking magic, y'all. It took a long time to be okay with my art being mine. I've been drawing since 2010. I didn't start thinking my art was good until 2022, when I finally got a critique from someone I respected who wasn't an asshole. Kat, you also deserve better. Because every single thing that you do, I look at with so much admiration. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter what your skill level is at if you're bold enough to sit down and take the time to take a risk and try something. And to me, like, doll customizing is that entire concept at its scariest. Because if you don't do a good job, then you feel like you've ruined a perfectly good doll. So then you're just kind of sitting there feeling even worse about yourself if you feel like you failed. So that makes it even more admirable to those who do take the leap and actually commit and try, regardless of the outcome. You did it. And not only do you do it, but you do it fucking gorgeously. If you guys haven't seen any of Kat's work, you really need to go take a look at it, because this person has done some of the most incredible doll work that I've seen in a while. Now, granted, I have not been super involved with the doll community and everything in a long time, but I still find it very inspiring, and I love all of the designs that you've made. And the pictures, for that matter. Because doll art, again, isn't limited to just the doll part. It's the concept art. It's the execution. You need to know how to sew. You need to know how to sculpt. You need to know how to style hair. You need to know how to do everything for a miniature human being to make this doll look like how you want it to look like. That's a lot. And then on top of it, you can't even show it off to people unless you're a good photographer. Fuck. So don't ever let anyone tell you that what you're doing is anything less than amazing, Kat. People just don't get the work that goes into it, the mentality that goes into it. Because even then, it's not even just doing it. It takes a while to think about what you're even going to do in the first place. It is not an easy art form, but a rewarding one. 100%. It makes me so happy to see that you're working on stuff all the time, too, because like it's something that I haven't been able to do for the last few years. So every time I see you working on it, if I get a chance to come and lurk and take a look, do what I can to come see, I want to. I'm like scrambling to get there because I'm living vicariously through you right now. Oop. It's a bit bright. Let's tone it down some. Hmm. Still not really feeling that outline. Maybe it's because it's so contrasted against the shadows. Let's give them some color too. Glad to have you as a friend that enjoys this stuff. It means a lot. It means a lot to me too. I'm so glad I get to see so many creative people. This is all of the stuff that I've been missing out on for all these years. I just couldn't find any art communities anywhere. I was sleeping on Twitch. I guess I just kind of assumed that Twitch was nothing but, like, gamers? Which isn't a bad thing. I just didn't realize there was a whole art community that could have been a part of things. I'm very glad to know about it now. Not only know about it, but to be a part of it. Dumps Kevin on Moss and Rosie. Have art. I feel like we need to draw your character, Zatani, carrying Kevin like a cat carries its kittens. Just carrying it in and dropping it at my feet with Rosie.
If you become lightheaded from
Posture
thirst,
check.
feel free
And
to
a hydrate.
pass out.
Thank you. Oh shit, we've only got 6 minutes before the next ads. We have flown through this today. I'm admittedly a little bit floored. I don't think I've ever had art go so well on a stream. Now watch me be absolutely burnt the fuck out next week. Hi, Booga. How you doing? Catherine was my roommate for 2 years in college. I was best friends with her and her now husband. But you seriously hit detail spot on like I saw her do in person. You have to be so proud of your work. Absolutely. Wait. Okay, no, I misread all of that. I'm sorry. Let me go back and read Kat's message first so that makes more sense. My college roommate introduced me to Delightful with her Vaporeon custom. Her demon doll, Ember, is the doll that inspired me to try the art form for myself. That's cool. Delightful was actually the reason why I started doing it too. Catherine was my roommate for 2 years in college. Is this Catherine, the Delightful Catherine? Holy shit, Kevin! That's insane! What a small world! That's so cool that you not only got to know her and go to college with her and everything, but you were a roommate. I picture the scene from Venture Bros where Monarch walks up and asks Red Death, who is sitting on a park bench, which one's yours? But it's just me pointing at Kevin, who is in the sandbox alone eating sand. You're kidding? That's incredible. Small world, isn't it? How wonderful is that? Thank you so much, Kevin. That means the universe. I'm honored. See, that's where it threw me off because I thought you said cat. Like, my brain was like Catherine Cat. I was like, wait, you two were roommates? You guys knew each other? I'm only just now finding this out? Hormones are weird. I just woke up from a dream in which I gave birth on some blue carpeted floor to a healthy baby girl. And I promised some creature that if it helped me, it could eat the placenta. And now here I am, awake. Oh my god, that's beautiful, Spooka. That is so on brand for you. I love that. Kevin has had fingers in some pies and knows some people. Kevin, get those fingers out of there. That's how you get ants. still have her on Facebook. I message her every year. I taught her D&D. Oh, shit! That's so cool! Irony of this is that my name is also Catherine! Ah! That's so funny. See, I was gonna be, like, mind blown if you two knew each other. Alright, before I forget, I want to go ahead and throw on a shadow behind the guitar real quick. Because I think that will be the last bit of detail. Not in love with that color. Ooh, less in love with that one. All right, ads are going to play in 1 minute, and once they're done, we will be wrapping things up. Damn, how'd it get so late? Time flies when you're having fun. All right. If that looks good to you, Kazoo, it looks good to me. And if you ever feel like sharing, I would love to hear you play sometime, because bass guitar is my favorite instrument. To listen to, anyway. It's beautiful. Weh! Thank you! Let's pop this one up with the rest of our ornaments here, and I will also get them posted in the Discord before we're done. That way I don't forget and wait until 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, like I may have done last time. There we go. It's gonna be a little tight in that corner there. Too many cheek fluffs this time. Let's expand the canvas just a little bit. Not a whole lot, just enough. And there we are. 7 new ornaments for the tree. For the wreath. It's not a tree. I know this. I made it. God, they look so cool together. I really didn't expect a simple circle to have so much diversity. I mean, I've just been throwing spaghetti at the wall with all of this. Let me go ahead and get them listed up in the server so that you guys can download them and do whatever you wish with them. I am sorry that it's way after Christmas at this point, but hopefully it'll still be good for next year if you guys want to, like, I don't know, print them out, laminate them, hang them on your tree. Do whatever you wish. It is yours. Now where the hell is the place I post art? Here we go. All circles today we had Cactus Juice, Cherryvania, D Cruz, Kazoo Warrior, Catalyst. That is not the proper alphabetical order. I did that one backwards. But that is okay. Nexus Shield, Rosie. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Yes. All right. Another round. I feel like I need to post a gif of Husk from season 2 when he's drunk. Another round! But that wraps things up for us today. I am so happy with this. I'm gonna be sad when we're done. This has been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot, too, about how I want to mix colors for things going forward. This is getting me really excited for my next batch of emotes. I don't know what I'll be doing for that. But we'll figure that out another time. No need to rack the brain as is. Need a bigger reef? We do. Tie a rope to the top of a tree and just bend it into a circle. Thank you, Frag. Treasuring and cherishing them all. They're so pretty. They're very edible. I want to eat every single one of them. Oh. How long has Popple been inside of himself? Has he just been stuck like that since the last raid? Oh, buddy. Let's free him. All right. On that note, let's see. Oh my god, we got so many people streaming right now. I think I'm going to go ahead and follow in Kevin's footsteps and also raid out to Vertaki. It's been a little while since we stopped by and said hello. But before we do, we've got our regular stuff to go over here. Tomorrow, we are going to be doing a collab stream with Kevin and Rosie. I don't know if Spooko will be joining us, but we will be playing Peak and Repo. Spooko will probably join us for the Repo, but not the Peak, which is perfectly fine. And then Thursday, I'm on the fence with, because I've been doing all of the Unity work for Adam over the last couple of days here, purely because it's been a lot more of a challenge than I expected to do his animations. And there's not really a lot of fun when it comes to that part. Like, I can't really yap when I'm working on animations because I'm watching my frame count. I'm repeatedly having to study how something's moving. It's not really the fun part for you guys. I don't want you to be bored with things. So I don't know if we're going to end up doing any kind of modeling tomorrow or on Thursday or not. I will possibly be late to Thursday's stream, but we'll see how that goes. I only say that because I have a doctor's appointment that I had to reschedule last minute, and it's very close to when we usually start stream. But I'm going to try my best not to have that intervene. And then next week, we will be starting on our gaming days Outer Wilds. And I'm excited for that. That one's a really cool one. Still yet to play Repo. Got it bought and ready to play. If I weren't so swamped with things so much, I would say we could do a community evening sometime and just play with whoever is around. I keep saying that as though that's something that I've got the time to do, but I do want to have that be something that can be more of a regular thing for us. I just kind of need to work around the schedule a bit and figure out what works and what doesn't. Still kind of too new. Too many things I want to do. I want to redo all of my redeems and stuff. Gonna do Outer Wilds? Yeah, Sparky is gonna join me for that. Sparky was the one who introduced me to it. Here we go. Let's get our raid up and going here. Good game, very good game! I'll have to get you and Sparky ranting over it. I love it when you guys are enthusiastic about something that I know nothing about. I get to absorb that through you. That being said, we are going to end things here. Here is our raid message. Feel free to copy and paste that if you like, but you are not obligated to. We're going to go say hi to Vertaki and friends. What are they doing right now? They're playing Wuthering... What is that? Wuthering Waves? I've never heard of it. Hopefully that'll be something fun. But I hope you guys have a good time over there with Vertaki. They're a good person. They're chill to hang out with. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. You have made this an absolute blast. We got so much more done than I expected, and we're going to get a lot more done next time. Until then, I love you all so much. Have an amazing evening, and goodbye.